take flight, take me through the night, down, down, down by the river, down, down, down by the river, hanging moon in fog, mist will lead where you belong, sweep me off my feet, down, down, down by the river, down, down, down by the river, down, down, down by the river, inky amber, swirling down, just leave the flames and take a chance to be with me tonight. Take my hand and hold it tight, 'cause you and I are everywhere. The night is young, we're going down, down, down by the river.
Down, down, down by the river. What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see ya. Down, down. How's everybody feeling today? Hold on, let me let the people in Discord know that we're live. I'm going live a little early. Hold on. At everyone, second ping for the day. Live now across YouTube, Twitch, and X to watch and react to the new Game Plus showcase. How's everybody feeling? Sound off. Where's everybody at? Where y'all? Am I even live? Am I even live right now? Wait a minute. Testing? Is this thing on? X.com/BigFryTV. I think that's the website. Chat, what is happening? Beep boop, beep boop. I am live. All right, here's the chat. There we go. We're connected. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Guys, today we're taking a look at the new Game Plus showcase. There's a couple of games that are going to be shown off here today that I'm actually really looking forward to. Beautiful Light. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Beautiful Light, but at this point, I think Beautiful Light should probably be in, like, I don't know, alpha, beta. It should be probably in fucking Charlie by now. Lady Wag's in the building over on the Twitch side. Yeah, Beautiful Light should be in Charlie or Delta release at this point. But I'm hoping we see something in terms of, I don't think we're going to see a release date today, but that it would be dope if we saw some sort of, like, play test or, like, you know, whatever. We have the Expanse on deck, and then during their sizzle reel, we saw some other things. Ladies and gentlemen, I see it outside right now. Wait, you see, Beautiful Light outside? What's that like? Wait a minute. What's outside? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? How are we? Wait, what do you mean outside? What are we talking about? What does that mean? Yeah, we should be down. Yo, Matavatar. What's going on, brother? Whoa, Beautiful Light. Lead dev head haunch in the chat. Dude, are you gonna see the reaction live on the stream? How you guys doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. We got Baldur's Gate music. I'm hoping YouTube doesn't piss me off. I've been rocking this. Hold on, let me turn this on. I've been rocking this soundtrack for the last little while. It's just magnificent. How we doing? Love your stream setup. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, dude. I have 4 monitors and it just never feels like it's enough. God. Okay, hold on. Let me pop out this chat. That'll probably help more. Super OCD. Oh, CD's nuts. I'm super OCD about my chat position. You know what I mean? Never heard of the New Game Plus showcase before. So, okay. From what I understand, from what I gather, this is a showcase built by content creators. So I think Jake Lucky is involved in this. Luke Stevens is involved in this. And then a few other content creators. And apparently this was recorded back in December. And so they've been putting it together. This is their first showing. And hey, I'm down. Listen, content creators getting involved in the gaming space. Yeah, this is the shit right here. The trailer was made in a very short time by me, aka not a trailer maker. Oh, so wait, are you just preemptively telling us it's going to be a shit trailer? Fun fact, let me tell you. We did the gameplay trailer for Transients the night before we put it out. I was up till 3 or 4 in the morning editing it. That entire week, I was pulling 20-hour days. We recorded, edited, and put that whole trailer together in like probably 6 hours. So if it's not bad, then good. All right, fair enough. We got it. Yo, speaking of Transients, what's going on, brother? Oh, shit, the chat box is... Wait a minute. Chat box is covering the... I don't like that. This chat is kind of ass. Can I be real? Hold on a second here. It's very small, isn't it? It's very small. I don't really like that. Yo, what is going on over on the Twitch side? Hold on. We got Rewritten Verdict coming through 19 months with a Twitch Prime. Appreciate you, dude. And by the way, guys, I know a lot of you guys don't fuck with Twitch over on the YouTube side. If you guys have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe every 30 days on Twitch. Doesn't cost you anything. Ad-free viewing. Mac Hood coming through 2 months. What's going on, brother? How are you? Hold on. Let me just load this up twice. There you go. How you doing, brother? Appreciate you. Good to see you, man. Bobby Ross, paint me something, brother. Appreciate that Twitch Prime, homie. Yeah, I got to be careful about what I play since we're multi-streaming today. But I'm not seeing YouTube shit on me for Baldur's Gate. So, I mean, we'll take that. We take those W's. Because this soundtrack's been, like, just up my ass. All right, here we go. Okay, they said they were going live 15 minutes early. So, apparently, this is the showcase now. Here we go. Let's just settle down. Everybody settle the fuck down. Yeah, here we go. So, Jake Lucky is involved in this. Luke Stevens. I think those are the 2 that I know right now. Guys, welcome in. Good to see you. I am Rob. I also knew that, but I totally forgot. Infect coming through 17 months. Appreciate you, dog. Redbeard subscribing over on the YouTube side for 52 months. Appreciate you being a member, homie. Astro in the building. What's going on? Method of entry. What's happening? Guys, before we get into it, make sure you guys use code BigFry at gamersubs.gg for 10% off your order. We're going hard with the GG this year. Long time channel sponsor. I kept being told you're not allowed to show YouTube and any other chats on Twitch, and then you're not. Yeah, here's where I'm at, Ninetails. Ban me, Twitch. Here, hey, hold on. Hey, Twitch. Eat one of these, huh? Ban me. I don't care. Fuck them. What are you gonna do? I'm enjoying season 4 of ABI. I was playing some this morning. It was nice. Yeah, ban me, Twitch. I'm a Twitch partner over there. And you know, what are they gonna do about it? Beautiful light, baby. Yeah, season 4 ABI. I was playing the new map this morning. It was pretty good. August, what's up, dude? Yeah, no, nothing's gonna happen. And here's the thing, man. I've been a Twitch partner for like 150 years. I've applied to be on the front page like multiple years every month, and just nothing. Twitch partner, they take 50% of my revenue. They infest the site with ads. Okay. Oh no. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. We feed ourselves over here, okay? Look at me, all right? What? We feed ourselves over here. This community feeds me, all right? We listen, everything I have is because of the people in fucking chat. Twitch did nothing for me, all right? I love you guys. By the way, guys, I've been streaming Red Dead Redemption 2. It's my first time playing through the game over on Twitch. That's been a blast. That has been a blast. Mr. Rain in the building. Flo Beatbox in the building. Great demo. Great Demon Blade. Demon. What's up, dude? How are you? So, yeah, you know what? I'm very curious to see, because, you know, look, I've been around the space for a while. We've been talking a lot. Every time we
Assassin's Creed Odyssey is a fantastic fantasy RPG.
Old school RuneScape is the greatest game of all time.
Lies of P is a better video game than Bloodborne.
The RPG category is so broad to the point that it's meaningless.
Okay, never mind.
Mouse and keyboard is easier to be good at than controller.
The Horizon franchise is very mid.
A battle royale would not have saved Halo Infinite.
A battle royale would have saved Halo Infinite.
Multiplayer games are held to lower standards because everything you do with your friends is fun by default.
If most of our favorite games launched today, people would call them bad.
Hideo Kojima
that is
writes
actually
dialogue
true.
like an alien trying to convince everyone else he's a person, and it's bad.
Early access is good for video games.
Arkham
No, it
Origins
is- well,
has the best written story
it can
in
be.
the Arkham series.
Nintendo is held to different standards than other companies.
That is true.
Marathon is a more fun game than Arc Raiders.
PC or console? PC.
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 Console.
PlayStation or Xbox?
PlayStation.
PlayStation.
I don't know about all that.
Your mom.
Mouse and keyboard.
This is the beginning of the show, guys.
Mouse and keyboard.
Mouse and keyboard.
Depends for what.
Controller.
Single player or multiplayer?
Single player.
Multiplayer.
Single player.
Single player.
Competitive or casual?
Competitive.
Casual.
Casual.
Next.
Call of Duty or Battlefield?
Battlefield.
You bastard. Battlefield.
Call of Duty.
Ugh.
Counter-Strike or Valorant?
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike.
What are we talking about?
Counter-Strike.
Apex or Fortnite?
Apex.
Fortnite.
I can't gritty with Master Chief and Apex, so we'll go Fortnite.
Whatever.
Overwatch or Marvel Rivals?
Overwatch.
Marvel Rivals.
You say neither or neither? I'm from Iowa.
Either.
Neither?
No, you can say, you can pronounce it either way.
He said
Neither.
Marvel Rivals.
Ooh. That's a good one. Mmm. Like, release Overwatch?
Arc Raiders or Escape from Tarkov?
Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders, baby.
Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders,
Arc
baby.
Raiders.
Escape from Dukov.
Grand Theft Auto? or
Not a
Red Dead
single one said Arc Ray or
Red Dead
Tarkov.
Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption is
Redemption,
a
Arthur.
banger, bro.
Mmm. Red Dead.
Elden Ring or Sekiro?
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
I haven't played Sekiro, but I'm gonna go Elden Ring.
Both.
Dark Souls or Bloodborne?
Bloodborne.
Guys, what should I answer? Dark Souls.
Dark Souls.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, Bloodborne. Change my mind.
Would you choose which children you love more? Oh.
Arcade shooters or tactical shooters?
Tactical, baby.
Tactical shooters.
Tactical shooters.
Arcade shooters.
What?
Battle Royale or Team Deathmatch?
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
Battle
I
Royale.
hate to be like that.
Baldur's Gate 3 or Expedition 33?
Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3.
BG3.
Expedition 33.
Baldur's Gate 3, baby.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Witcher 3 or Cyberpunk?
The Witcher 3.
Wags,
Witcher.
what up, brother?
The greatest game of all time, The Witcher 3.
Yes. Both.
I think
Witcher.
Baldur's Gate 3 is
Skyrim
like
or
a
Fallout?
top 5 all time.
Fallout.
Oh my. Fallout.
Fallout.
That's tough.
Ooh. Morrowind and Fallout New Vegas.
What
Mass
does she
Effect or
play?
Dragon Age?
Mass Effect.
Dragon Age.
Mass Effect.
Mass Effect.
Outworld or Pokemon?
Pokemon.
Pal World.
Power World.
Pokemon, baby.
I don't want to get a cease and desist, so I'll say Pokemon.
Power. Depends. Vaporeon? No, don't put that. Don't put that.
Super Mario or Sonic?
Super Mario.
Super Mario Bros.
Mario.
Super Mario.
Sonic.
Destiny or Warframe?
Neither,
Warframe.
baby. They're
Destiny
ass.
2.
Warframe.
Diablo or Path of Exile?
Path of Exile.
Path of Exile.
Diablo.
No, you can do that to me. What the hell? Oh, man. Diablo is my childhood. Path of Exile is a lot better now. Ah.
Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time?
Neither.
Breath of the
Zelda's
Wild.
ass.
Ooh. I have a long story about Ocarina of Time.
Zelda
Pass.
is the most
Ocarina of Time.
overrated franchise of
Roguelikes or
all
Metroidvania?
time.
Roguelikes.
And I'm tired of
Roguelikes.
pretending it's not.
Metroidvanias.
I love
Legend
both.
Dial, appreciate the 9 months, brother. Bro,
Roguelike? Metroidvanias? Castlevania.
Achievement hunting or multiple playthroughs?
Multiple playthroughs.
women really hate
Multiple
choosing.
playthroughs?
Achievement hunting.
People who only play games for achievements
Yeah.
are so low on my totem pole.
Yeah.
What was this? Sorry.
Achievement hunting or multiple playthroughs?
Multiple playthroughs.
All right, you're good.
Breath of the Wild was cool though. Like here's
Assassin's Creed Odyssey is a fantastic
are they just
fantasy
running that
RPG.
over again? Oh, yeah.
Old school RuneScape.
Okay,
is
let's
the
mute that for 1 sec. Can I be honest? I'm not saying Zelda's well, okay, I did say they're ass. I'm not a fan of them, but I also know that they're not ass, but they're not 10 out of 10 greatest fucking games of all time, if I can be honest, bro. Like, let's be real. They're just not, you know. That's my hot take.
Today, people would call them bad.
Hideo Kojima writes dialogue like an alien trying to convince everyone else he's a person, and it's bad.
Here's what I will say. I like that they're willing to talk shit at the beginning of a game show. That tells me that, you know, we're in for a little bit of a treat
In other
here.
companies.
Marathon is a more fun game than Arc Raiders.
That's crazy to
Easier
say,
console.
though.
PC.
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 Console.
I don't know why they would just run this back.
PlayStation.
That's weird.
PlayStation.
PlayStation.
Your mom.
Mouse and keyboard or controller?
Mouse and keyboard.
They aren't the
Mouse and
goats, but they
keyboard.
aren't bad.
Depends for what.
Controller.
Single player or multiplayer?
Single player.
You know,
Multiplayer.
it's weird. I
Single
actually have
Single
quite a few
player.
hot takes about like the Nintendo-esque era. Can I be real? I also think that Sonic is just not a great franchise. They've had a lot of really terrible Sonic games, and even then, like Sonic against Mario, no competition. Am I crazy? I just didn't understand. I every time you talk to somebody, it's like very rare do you see somebody who grew up playing Sonic over like Mario. You know? Just never got it. Fast blue hedgehog. I don't know. Hot take. I don't think you're a real gamer if you don't have a main game you always go back to. I mean, I think most gamers do, though. What's my main game right now? My main game right now, I think, would probably be, I mean, honestly, just based on the hours that we've put in, I've been playing. I mean, I would say my main games. God, that's tough. I've been playing a lot of Red Dead. I've been playing a lot of Schedule 1. I've been playing Arc Raiders. That's World of Warcraft, you know? That's where we've been at. Anyways, all right, here's what I need, chat. I need you to pick one game. The best game of all time. And I need you to say it in chat. The best game of all time. What is it? Red Dead Redemption 2, Halo 3. Ooh, both great games. GTA 4, Bloodborne, Last of Us. I think also if you play too much, you also don't have a game you go back to. I can't imagine going back to Tarkov after how many hours I play it. True. Baldur's Gate 3. I'm seeing a lot of Baldur's Gate 3s. Baldur's Gate 3. SOCOM. That's a fucking real one right there. That's a real one right there. I see you out there. You are seen. You are heard. You are valid. That is the realest motherfucker in this chat. Sebastian. You're that guy. SOCOM is definitely the best, my best game. It is definitely my best game. That's top game. The best game of all time, though, if I had to say, it's got to be Baldur's Gate 3, right? Baldur's Gate 3 was fucking incredible. Over GTA 4? Yeah, hands down. GTA 4 is an incredible game. GTA 4, in my opinion, is a 10 out of 10. Baldur's Gate is like a 10 out of 10, but it's just like the freedom that game gave. Incredible game. Prime Thor in the building. What's up, dude? Guitar Hero 3. Man, it was just so good. I can only get through halfway. Wait, I can only get halfway through Act 2 in Baldur's Gate 3 before I get bored? Dude, what? You didn't even make it to Baldur's Gate? Dog. All right, here we go, chat. Here we go. We're starting the show. That looked like that AI game. Let's see what a game. Well, let's see what a game showcase looks like that was built by content creators. You know. Let's see what we got here. Tired of arena shooters? I feel that. There's a lot of good-looking games in this sizzle. Couple oddball-looking ones. Was that a dinosaur holding a sword? What the fuck was that? You guys can hear okay? You can hear me okay? Yeah. New Game Plus. Did it just start? Just started.
Welcome to the New Game Plus Game Showcase, a new initiative built by creators who love games for what they are and not just the games that pay to have them promoted.
Facts.
First up, I'm Hunter. I'm normally behind the camera across gaming and esports events, and I work on social accounts for a ton of different games. My favorite games of all time would probably be RuneScape, Dark Souls 3, Leaf Green, Black Ops 2, and Star Wars Battlefront 2. Then we have Jake Lucky, kind of the point where gaming, esports, and streamers collide. If you look at him for too long, you'll start to wonder why his neck is so long, and if you look at his Twitter for too long, you'll wonder how much Nadeshot paid him to tweet clips of him every single day.
Right.
His favorite games of all time are RuneScape, Age of Empires 2, Halo Infinite, Jumpstart Adventures with Bodley,
Halo
and CSGO.
Infinite?
Next up, Luality. A streamer with a hatred of spoons and a love for dragon sex, Lua probably has more personality than the rest of us in her pinky. Her favorite games include Baldur's Gate 3,
Yep.
Cyberpunk 2077,
Okay.
XCOM 2, Witcher 3,
Hey,
and Mass
XCOM
Effect.
2. That's
Then
a
Luke
legend
Stevens,
pull.
The mind of a critic with the heart of a fan. Luke breaks down games to their DNA and really looks at everything a game has to offer. Where our brains might be smooth, his is nice and wrinkled. His favorite games of all time are Elden Ring, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2,
Great game.
Last of Us, Witcher 3,
Great game,
and
great
Batman
game.
Arkham City. The fifth and final in-person member this year is
Cool.
I Am Rob. Rob came from the hell of making Call of Duty videos to the other hell
Yeah.
of platinuming games. His favorite games of all time are Witcher 3, Halo 3, Batman Arkham City, X-Men Legends, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Not to be confused with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 or Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Remastered. Then our final member is Blue Thunder, the man who is always spotlighting the next hidden gem before anyone else sees it coming.
Okay, cool.
He just had a beautiful second child that luckily takes after his wife, so he's not here in person, but was
yeah.
a major part of the showcase. His favorite games of all time are Resident Evil 2, Silent Hill 2,
Beautiful.
Elden Ring, The Last of Us, and Metal Gear Solid 2.
Together, we're pressing into how we think game showcases should feel: conversational, authentic, and transparent.
We are here to celebrate what actually excites us. Incredible worlds, creative devs,
Cool.
and stories behind those games that we love so much.
There's no
Base.
paid placements, no marketing scripts, just pure passion and excitement for what's coming up in gaming.
You can expect a wide range of content, including new trailers, fresh gameplay, developer interviews, behind-the-scenes content, and even some updates to your favorite games.
So sit back, grab your drink of choice, and let's dive into some of the games that we think are worth
Motherfucker
your attention.
sipping lean.
This is the New Game Plus Game Showcase.
Yeah, also, who picked the name?
New Game.
It's a work in progress.
Wait, what's the name of
New
it?
Game Plus shows the showcase.
New plus
of-
a game plus a showcase.
Have we trademarked that yet? Because I don't.
Oh, God.
Well, we have cups.
We
That's
already
most of it.
got the cups.
Sick name.
The cups are done,
We
dude.
might have to cut our losses.
There's no changing it now.
Cheers.
Perfect.
I don't know.
It's great.
Okay. A new lean plus.
All right, guys, so first up, we have three awesome games. We have Blind Descent coming from Owlcat. We have Deep Dish Dungeon coming from
Owlcat,
Behold and
let's
Raw
go.
Fury, as well as an exclusive interview with the Dawnwalker creative director.
Cool. Okay. Looks like co-op. Very retro art style. I dig it. Deep Dish Dungeon. Okay. The Blood of Dawnwalker. Okay.
It must be here somewhere.
This looks cool.
A Dawnwalker is like a special kind of being in our IP. It's neither fully a vampire nor a human. It's something in between. What this means is
this looks pretty high
basically
quality.
that you, as a Dawnwalker, you have underwent a transformation. You used to be human. And now, during the nighttime, you do get all the powers and the difficulties of being a vampire. So you get the blood craving and so on. But during daytime, these powers are dormant and you still have to eat. You have all the weaknesses of a human, right? But also the perks of being human. One of the things that is unique to humans in our IP is being able to use magic, so casting spells. The Dawnwalkers are not very commonplace in that IP. They are very, very rare, rarer than vampires. So
Okay.
you as a Dawnwalker are kind of special in this regard. I would say the short-term things that have immediate impact on the character development are you have to feed on, you know, either animals or humans on blood suddenly, right? So you
Oh,
get these
shit, that's cool.
cravings, you get these like
Bit him through the
weird, eerie
chainmail.
experiences that you didn't have.
This
as
is
a human.
Blood of the Dawnwalker,
Francis
Fuzz.
and his clique of vampires actually caught him on his low point when he was vulnerable.
Former
and
Witcher
he has
devs?
used
Oh, okay.
specific
Cool.
traits of vampiric blood in order to cement his position in the valley. Because, you know, as you might imagine, having a bloodsucker as your lord might be a tough
I
sell.
can definitely see the Witcher
However, if
like
the
influence.
alternative is getting sick and, you know, dying in thousands, actually it doesn't sound as such a horrible thing. He tries to kind of distort the religious beliefs in order to install himself as a savior of the valley. We do explore this in the game, so you might see, like, for example, statues erected to Brentsis, new iconography shown in the local cathedral, for example, and in the castle and so on. There is this whole cult of personality he builds around himself.
Cool.
So he basically shows himself as something better than the old order, right? We do have a mechanic tied to shrines that are erected across the valley, and Brentsis puts a lot of attention to kind of twist them to his own image.
This
And
looks really
these do
good,
have a
actually.
functionality. When you play the game, we have assigned specific functions to them. Generally speaking, one of the things we wanted to achieve in this game is to have Brentsis being this active antagonist. You know, in a lot of games, the antagonists are out there to be defeated, but generally speaking, you have free reign, you do your own thing, and it doesn't really, change much in how they approach you. In this game, what we wanted to do is to have Brentsis react to your actions as you complete different activities throughout the valley, as you maybe undermine his operations and so on.
It's kind of like his seal of approval.
Exactly. So it's like, so basically the way you can think about it is like the more you do in the valley, especially if you undermine Brentsis, you will gain notoriety. The more notorious you are, the more edicts Brentsis will pass in order to thwart you. So, for example,
interesting.
he might send out more soldiers to patrol.
I also
roads
like the
and
way they do
villages,
these interviews,
right?
by the way.
He might, in some extreme cases, maybe
Very
even
cool.
initiate a lockdown of the city to basically hamper your ways of traversing it, right? There is a number of these edicts we have prepared, and each of them is designed to kind of twist and change the
Yeah, it's
general
pre-recorded.
open world
Yeah.
gameplay. It also has benefits. There are factions in the valley that dislike princes, so the more notoriety you gain, you know, the better standing with them you get. Like, they actually like that. There is a number of plot lines that you can follow if you want. You can also cut them off, because we have added these systems where, for example, you might lose control over Cohen when he's a vampire if he was hungry. You might kill off some important NPCs, and then the plot line just cuts off, basically, or you get some alternative version. There are some ways to enter the castle in the open world. You can ignore these side plot lines. You can level up Cohen and decide to attack the castle on your own, right?
Out of curiosity, is there romance in the game?
Romance, yes, of course. We do have romance options, yes.
Cool.
We didn't delve deep into like with whom yet.
Okay.
And, I'll leave that for the future to talk about. However, yes, you can expect to build relationships with characters. Like I said, there is like one main goal, very varying ways to get to it. These different ways that you pick will impact, you know, what happens with Veil Sangora in the end, and it's all up to you. And I think I really recommend experimenting with this stuff and having fun.
Watch
with
the full interview. Oh, I'm so glad they did that.
First one,
I love
Martian,
that.
Survival, co-op, adventure.
Yeah, that's the shit right there.
Gives me Subnautica
Looks very cool.
vibes. And
That game looks
in the
awesome.
best way possible. I really like it, but like more with land exploration.
Yeah, love that.
Which is really cool. I honestly can't wait to try it.
We're also going to see a lot of survival games today. So I think it all comes down to what the ultimate depth of the game is. But I also, my first thought when I saw Martian land was No Man's Sky. That's obviously like maybe a reach for expectation-wise, and definitely a tall task. But when I heard Martian, I thought No Man's Sky-esque.
Like you said, a lot of survival games, but I think it's popular right now. And
Survival games are
a lot of them
popular?
do it right, but this is like going underneath Mars and has aliens. It looks interesting. I like it.
I'm intrigued about the variety of ecosystems and
what the fuck?
aliens and plants that they bring up.
Well, like you said, it's popular right now because people like them. And so they share a lot of things mechanically, but for me, it's usually the vibe. And this one has a vibe.
Yeah, it's a good vibe.
That's why I wonder how that gameplay loop goes. Like, how far down can you go? What kind of biomes are you experiencing as you continue to go down? And like you said, with survivals, we see like a lot of the same loops. So how can they?
Are there trees you can cut?
Yeah, like again, we're gonna talk about it a lot, but if you can cut a tree down, I'm good for survival games. I'm like
at that point.
I'm the target audience.
Then we have Deep Dish Dungeon, co-op dungeon crawling, a survival game, handcrafted dungeon. You gather resources, cook to strengthen your party. You can party up with friends. I'm excited for it.
Speaking of vibes, this thing is a vibe. Like, I don't know what you'd call that art style, but whatever it is, like injected into my veins.
Retro, right?
It's like pixel art, but then they also have like some voxel type tech for digging and breaking things. I don't know, whatever it is, I like
What's
it.
What's voxel type tech?
Okay, so when Luke said voxel, that's big word count number 1 of the day. When I see that, I'm very basic. I'm like, that's got to be some form of pixel art, which is definitely coming back. I feel like we're seeing more games kind of pull back that old like Minecraft pixel art, whatever you want to call it, voxel view.
Yeah, this is too
honest
long.
with you guys,
This
while
is
you
way too
guys
long.
are talking about pixels, I'm thinking, I hope I can kill my teammates in funny ways.
On to the next one.
So sure.
Already, you're losing me.
We'll go for the pixels.
Yeah, we were watching.
Because they still
got
to discuss the third game now,
she
too.
was saying was like, hey, how do I kill those I'm with?
I mean, I have to imagine it's a dungeon crawling game about cooking in the dungeon. Surely you're gonna be able to accidentally poison yourselves.
Do you think you can get like bad ingredients on purpose to murder your?
I bet you're gonna have to find out.
Why are you going there? So I wonder though, with it being like dungeons. If they're gonna have an in-game proximity chat kind of thing.
I hope
it's one of my favorite things in games like this.
Move
you're,
the fuck
walking through and
on!
you can hear your friend off in the distance. I wonder if they'll do something like that.
Come on now!
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's get it moving.
Extreme friends,
for sure.
Yeah, like at least
me and Jake gonna be in their edition in that dungeon.
Like at least a co-op. He's across the world. I'm like, Rob, you there?
Fuck me.
I'm dishing, baby. I'm dishing.
I'm dishing.
Bro, it reminds me of Delicious in Dungeon.
What are you making?
Lasagna.
Yeah, no, but it looks very promising though.
Next up, we have Dawnwalker.
Yeah.
Lua had a crazy conversation with her creative director. Single player, vampire, RPG.
Yeah, this is too long.
It looks incredible. I think the 30-day system is awesome and, like you said, gives weight to things. And then the whole, like, there's so many decisions you can make.
What I find really interesting about the game is that Cohen, the protagonist, is half vampire, half man. And even though, like, all of that sounds great by itself, there's even another layer where at night, of course, he can use vampiric abilities that he doesn't get to use during the daytime.
I just think of Delicious
His
and
combat's
Dungeon.
different.
Yeah,
He's
it's
not
pretty
using
good.
sword,
It's
he's
really good.
using claws. And then in the daytime, of course, there's NPCs walking around.
Yeah, the pacing
and
here is
there's,
terrible.
You know, maybe patrols going around that aren't there at night. Then there's different ones at night. So
And you can use magic as human. You can use magic as a vampire.
Yes, and basically what they're trying to do is to not just have the time be an element of certain actions to take it forward, but also whether you're playing in day or night, quest lines play out completely differently because people are in different spots, their behaviors are different. This person may be asleep, so you can't.
This should come after the showcase.
Well, The Witcher
You know
3
what
is
I
my
mean?
personal favorite game of all time. So, and this is former Witcher
They
3
do, like, the
developers working on
post-show
this, and so much of that
discussions,
charm
right?
was prevalent there.
The music.
The music, just that soundtrack in the short little snippet we saw there, I felt it.
I love that simple separation between day and night and different things coming with your character.
That's got to be like the coolest part of it.
Yeah, because it's got to probably tailor to your gameplay of like, I got to wait to make this choice during the nighttime versus during the daytime where I can use certain abilities or different combat styles. I love that part of it.
And so I could foresee a run through, like a play style where you're playing only at night for missions. You're just doing stealthy vampire stuff.
Fucking
and
long.
You're eating people, or you're drinking blood rather, not eating people. I don't know.
Right, you're really funny, man. Sending love from New York to
But,
Canada.
a
Appreciate
dark
you,
run
homie.
through versus, like, the light
Shout out
run
New
through
York.
in the daytime, the vegan
Where Brooklyn at?
The vegan which has one of those vegan
sped run. Dawnwalker.
Holy fuck,
Sponsored by
man.
Beyond Meat. The fact that they revealed
We're
a little bit
still
about
yapping.
more Princess the Overlord is also a system. He really talks a lot
What's
about
happening
systems
here?
that they have not spoke on yet at all, and didn't with us either.
Like the edicts. As you go around the world trying to find your information, you can side
fucking
with
crazy.
different people, and depending on what you do,
What
you can make
the hell?
the
New Yap Plus.
Princess quite upset. So he can start making laws and rules to stop you from progressing
Holy
a certain
fuck,
way.
dude.
I also like that Princess as an antagonist is not just like pure evil doing all sorts of horrible stuff. Like
Bro,
he's helping.
I'll
the
never
people
roast
in
another
some
Jeff
ways
Keighley show
in order
again.
to,
What's the
get control
chat
of them. But
saying?
he's
Hold
like
on.
curing them of the plague. Like he offers them something they aren't getting elsewhere. So he's doing bad stuff, but
Wait,
there's
where do I
And that
see the
typically
chat?
makes for really, really good stories.
Harder choices to be made,
Perspective
yeah.
and never a clear
Oh, is there not a live chat?
Because I bet you there's gonna be a moment where it's,
It's
like
one
you
of
could
the
stop it,
charms.
like his influence in an area.
I'm refreshing because we're not missing anything
So
here.
like, do you let the bad guy do
Here it is.
the thing that you're trying to
Who
stop him to
cares?
do,
What
or-
the fuck?
It's also about
God damn,
perspective.
show
These
games.
people were
This
ruled
is
by a
boring.
very tyrannical leader before, so
Show
even
games.
though
Oh,
Princess is
yeah,
a vampire
yeah,
to
yeah.
them, he may
Buddy,
as well
it's been 20
be a
minutes.
savior,
Yeah,
right?
it's been 20 minutes. We've seen 3 fucking games, bro.
For the next section, we have 3.
Oh,
again,
shit.
I'm gonna have to not say incredible games every single time, but we have Prologue, Go Way Back from PlayerUnknown, Beautiful Light from Deep Worlds, and Project Shadowglass from Starhelm Studios.
Holy fuck. This is
It's
player
just
unknown, right?
An infinite map generator with
Wow, Brendan
some
Green,
game
yeah.
loops on top of it. So you have a survival loop, which is pretty hard. Get to the weather tower. We give
not
you
gonna lie, I
a
heard this thing
compass
was
and not
kind
much
of
else.
mid.
Some basic survival mechanics, and it's a game against yourself more than anything else, and kind of the decisions you make. Then we also have just objective survive, which is just see how long you can last in the world.
looks cool.
And free roam for those that just like a hike. The differentiator, or the thing that makes a difference, is that we can generate essentially infinite maps of 8x8 scale. Like, we have a map editor in the game and stuff like that, but we want to be able to give you the ability to give a deep link to someone. So I can just send you like a HTTP link that starts up the game, loads a map and a seed, and I can share stuff I've built with you with just a link, right? So it's kind of, Go Way Back is just, it's a technological experiment that, or proving some technology we've developed. It's no longer an experiment, it's in production, so it works. But it's also going back to my love of survival games and those kind of emergent, just, I'm not giving anyone missions to do, it's just get there, and how you get there is fully up to you. Basically, if you play the same seed, you get the same weather, I'm pretty sure you get the same cabin layout, and you maybe get the same loot. So you and 4 friends could technically race to the weather tower and see who gets there first because you have the same
Are they going to
conditions.
yap
And while
again?
we don't have multiplayer yet, you have this kind of asynchronous multiplayer that as long as you can share the seed with people. And I thought, wouldn't that be a cool
Oh,
thing
there's no
for
multiplayer
events
in this?
where
Oh,
you have
interesting.
16 streamers and see how long they can survive in objective survive mode, right? Or see who can race to the weather tower quickest, or we can set up the weather
like
just to get
this.
progressively colder and see who lasts the longest. There's a weather tower on top of one
This
of
is the
higher points
discussions
on
I
the
wanna
map.
hear.
It's generally the other side of the map. We do have prompts now that tell you what to do in the world. But yeah, there's some simple survival mechanics. Keep yourself warm, keep yourself dry, light fires, board up windows, keep your body in a good temperature, get across the map. And we don't tell you where you are on the map, except when you find a new map in the world and it updates your position. You're left for basic navigation. It's kind of set in the 80s, so you don't have digital GPS, stuff like that. I want to make sure that the worlds we're generating have enough depth that when we add story and mission and quest-based content, that the worlds feel like
I don't
coherent
mind
and real
this,
enough that it makes sense.
'cause we get the
I want
gameplay
to have
over top.
passing.
We can- you know,
want to
I
have,
like
like
it.
infrastructure, like telephone lines, this kind of stuff. So the cabins aren't just random cabins in the forest. That there seems to be some, like, you know, logical placement of stuff in the world. And once we have those in, then we can more easily go, well, okay, you need to connect all the substations to bring power to the weather tower so you can get a message or go and do various things. Right now, there's a bunch of cabins and there's survival mechanics, but we want to add a lot more depth to the environment. Preface is a tech demo. That I always said I wanted to release a free tech demo of the engine we're building, and that's what Preface is. And the kind of poetic thing is that my last game will be Preface, because it'll just be a visualization of what's possible with our engine at that time.
Okay.
And it's more like Minecraft Survival, that it's an example of what you can do with the engine, and it'll be open source and free for everyone, so you can do whatever you want. So having this kind of digital space, like an internet in 3D, I don't see anyone working towards that. I see small bubbles, but I don't see anyone really trying to do Earth-scale terrain with millions of people. And that's kind of the bigger goal, and that's why we've broken it down into 3 games. The aim is that you should be able to do anything from 10 by 10 to 100 by 100 with 5v5 or 100v100 relatively easily and not have any problems. We will build maybe an Earth-scale terrain, maybe smaller, with hopefully a network layer that supports millions of people. That will be kind of a survival civilization MMO type game. But again, that's just one layer of the world. Like, I want you to be able to just jump around the world and see what's happening, because you should be able to...
Yeah, but
like, I
where's
think if
the
you wanna
metaverse
interact with
aspect?
the world, there should be a layer of
I wanna
survival you have to do, or a
buy
layer of
this
gameplay
land.
in order to kind of leave your impression on the world.
Can I get any grids? Any tiles? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Good luck. Over.
Beautiful light. Beautiful alpha. I love that menu. Diegetic. That was a cool shot. Cool shot. The game is too dark. I feel like I can't see a fucking thing. Beautiful Light is like Star Citizen to me. Every time I play it, I just wish it was a year further in development. I think it's going to be a good game when it's done, you know? We just gotta get there. Cause like they're showing some like crazy good elements even in this trailer. It's a great trailer. Enter, secure, extract. beautiful light. Very cool. Yeah, no, it's got a lot of potential.
In a world
Whoa.
where pixels were once only 2D.
Is this AI generated?
Now, they're 3D.
Oh, I'm just with you. I'm Dominic John, the dev behind Project Shadowglass, a 3D pixelated RPG that's a love letter to classic immersive sims like Thief and System Shock. This video is a series of prototype rooms that I've been working on
this
some
into
core
my veins.
systems in. No art, no assets will be generated by AI. This is all
Fucking A.
human-made, hand-placed.
Bro,
made by
this
me
is
and artists like me
beautiful.
because we love
What the
what we do.
fuck? So this is very, I like that they're doing in development stuff like this too. I fuck with this show. The pacing's ass, the actual show, in terms of what they're showing, very good. This looks fucking hot.
If you have headphones, I would highly suggest wearing them.
Yeah.
All the audio in Project Shadowglass is going to be 3D, and not just 3D, but simulated. The music emanating from this orb is going into the left ear and the right ear, but as I change the size of the space,
very cool.
You can hear the character of the sounds change.
Wow. That's a W, Wise.
And if we go around the wall, we can still hear it coming from the opening.
Wow.
In each ear.
That did sound good. This is actually, like, I watched when this guy started this project. It wasn't that long ago. This actually has some pretty in-depth mechanics so far.
The Shadowglass Discord today, so if you have any ideas or suggestions, or just
I'm
want to
in there
follow
like
along,
swimwear,
feel free to
baby.
wishlist Project Shadowglass on Steam. I hope you enjoyed this sneak peek on how things are coming along. Thank you so much, all the crew at New Game Plus, for having me. Be well, my friends.
No, that's very cool. Further than I thought it was going to be. Well done. Yeah, 4 or 5 months ago.
To start with, Prologue, go way
Fuck
back,
me,
another
man.
survival game that we're seeing.
This
we were
is the
talking,
worst.
It's a bare bones survival game where there is no common enemy. Your enemy is the elements, where you just have to try and survive and make it to that point. So if you guys don't know Brennan Green, he not only was behind the Battle Royale mode of H1Z1, which we talked a long time about, he was also the creator of PUBG. So people have a lot of faith in him and what he calls his 10-year plan. And he talks about his ultimate goal being he wants 1 million players on a server. He wants the internet to be made 3D and for all of us to actually truly be able to play together. Which I know is a crazy transition from us talking about a survival game.
Single-player survival game?
Like we want to cover their survival game because I love survival games, and they're going to be branching out in this game for the next few years until they have multiplayer, until they have weapons, and they have PvE and animals to fight against. But it's also part of a much bigger picture.
Also, story. He mentioned they will be adding also a story to the
Things to
world.
do, yeah.
Yes.
That's got to be like the most ambitious, one of the most ambitious projects out there right now.
Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy to
What's so
think
funny
about.
about him is that he's like, yeah, I want like millions of players to be playing together on like a gigantic map, but you know, not to undersell it.
Shoot for the stars, brother. Shoot for the stars.
No one's done that yet. Next game we talked about was Beautiful Light by Deep Worlds SA. That's a PvPvE tactical extraction shooter. There are 6 3-person squads.
I agree,
and
Astro.
there's also a lot of anomalies and monsters and stuff that we saw in it. Looks like I'm gonna be scared.
Yeah, it looks very scary.
I mean, I appreciated that it was very immersive. Like he had the sort of Pip-Boy looking thing over there.
Yeah.
And speaking of big words, I actually looked up what that's called. It's called diegetic UI.
Oh, did you say diegetic?
Diegetic.
Thinking the same.
Diegetic. Write that one down. Write that one down.
That word.
But it's really, really cool in games like this, especially because it's like hyper immersive. There's no UI popping up being like, oh, attack incoming. It's just, no, you are in the moment, you're in the game, listen around you, look at the thing on the character itself. I love that.
So you can play as a monster,
or
as or as the soldier. Is there controller support?
I don't know. Great question.
Throughout personality she just threw up in her mouth.
I have nothing against controllers, but I believe there's a right time for mouse and keyboard and a right time for keyboards. And he believes that the right time for a controller is when you're playing shooter games. It's obviously better than mouse and keyboard is better for that. But not for him.
I would edit my own YouTube videos with a controller.
Yeah, he said that earlier.
That's how passionate.
Which is a patently insane thing to say.
Yeah, then we have Project Shadowglass.
Voxel art. I really enjoyed the
Get to this one. Get to this
This is
one.
Starhelm Studios. It's an immersive sim. We've all seen it. I think it went viral from that AI post. There was like an AI post that looked just like it, and then he was like, I'm making a game like this. It's not AI.
I looked up the video because he has a YouTube channel where you can actually see kind of behind the scenes. And when that clip of the AI generated art went viral, he saw it and thought like, I didn't think anybody wanted this. I was just like, it was a fun side project. And then he saw people wanted it and thought it looked awesome, and he put it out, but it's real.
Well, we talked about it earlier, you know, there's a desire for stuff like that. The more simplicity, kind of retro feel.
It feels like the game is still like learning what it wants to be. Like he's working on the graphics, the basics, the music, and as like they have a bow and an arrow, and hopefully as they work on the project, they start feeling what it will grow to be, what kind of game it will develop itself into.
Yeah, my understanding is right now it is just Project Shadowglass, and it's gonna eventually become like a video game, but right now it's just kind of proof
They're
of
literally
concept that the
describing
art works,
game development.
The crazy math behind it works, and like it
What
can
are we
grow
doing
to
here?
a game, but it's certainly very.
Well, I wish him nothing but success.
Yeah, he seems like a
because
really
it seems like
awesome
I just
dude.
love a good passion project. Yeah. You can tell there's a lot of heart in that.
And I feel like I initially, like everyone else, why I went so viral, I got attached to that same artwork, but then when he further explains and shows you some concepts that you weren't expecting out of a game with that artwork or that design, when he's showing that you said the R6 lean in there. And
that threw me off. The little bow
Yeah, it's like,
behind.
whoa.
I was like, is that a Rainbow Six
You threw that,
Siege?
you threw that in there, and then of course they got the wall grapple, and then with the whole audio design as well. I mean, I'm definitely.
I remember seeing that clip that went viral. I remember seeing it. I was like, wow, that looks incredible. Like walking up to the castle.
Okay, hey, we
This
have the
section, we
Expanse
have
coming up.
three
Thank
what I
fuck.
would consider kind of sci-fi games a little bit, but we have Aphelion from Don't Nod, which we have an incredible look behind the scenes of the music with the composer themselves, as well as the Expanse Osiris Reborn from Owlcat. If you're familiar with the Expanse,
Oh,
super
yeah.
exciting,
I'm
and also
so
Distant
excited for
Shores,
this one, man.
Brittany.
Dude, inject it into my veins, not this one. Actually, this doesn't look too bad. What the fuck is this? What did they say this one's called? Oh,
my name is Amin Bouafa. I'm a film music composer.
Aphelion.
I am the composer for Aphelion, the video game. I remember having a message from Talal saying that he loved the score of Summit of the Gods and they are working in a new video game, and inviting me to come to the studio and to meet the team. It was very important for me to understand how the music would be interactive. So how to compose, how to write music that would be interactive, with models, with stems, with separating the different elements, and at the same time, how could the music, how the structure of the music
Shout out to Kabluski, man.
would be an evolving structure. It was very important for me first to have the story of Ariane and Thomas, like that the log line is the story, both of them. So there is a theme that conveys this emotional relationship.
Nacho, what up, bro?
And then the frozen aspect of the music. I mean, for me, it was very important.
Where's my interview in
first
10 minutes? Bro, so...
to feel the cold in the music, to feel the wind, to feel the ice.
Yeah, Zach is this guy to us, and then Kabluski's the engineer making all the stems work. It's so fucking cool, this process, bro.
20th century.
Why not
For
focus
me,
on
it
gameplay,
looks
interactive
like an
music?
Alien instruments. When you see
I
it,
don't
you
mind this,
cannot
man.
even predict
I find
that it's a musical instrument.
I find this
To play
entertaining.
the instrument, you need to get your hands in water, and then rub crystal buttons that are in this metal structure could convey
so cool
this frozen identity of the score, and at the same time having this magical sense of in the score.
Oh.
There is a sacred feeling also to this planet. It's a huge planet, but I wanted to get this huge instrument and that it could also play very soft. The organ has a lot of sounds. It could be very soft, it could be very aggressive, it could be large, it could be intimate. For me, it's the planet. The planet could be very welcoming and suddenly very, how to say, very dangerous and very sacred at the same time. So I thought that the organ could be this, could give this majestuous feeling to the score.
Shout out to the DT 770s on his ears. Woo.
I'm so happy to
love it.
To write the music for Aphelion. It's the first time for me to write a video game
Very
score.
Cool.
And it's a lot of fun and a lot of passion.
Down, down. I've learned nothing about the game, but I like the music. I would not pre-order based on that. Here we go. Probably. Let's go. Oh my God, yeah. Fucking give it to me.
Discussions at the early stages of the production, to be honest, whether to go fully class system or something else. And again, we started with sitting down and lining up what are possible ways that the player might perceive the game. The power fantasies, how he can express himself in combat. So he might want to be a sniper, he might want to be a hacker, maybe an engineer, something else. As we designed those playstyles, we thought how to mix it up a bit, how to let player to experiment with what he encounters during the game. So, for example, when he finds a neat shoulder cannon, as we shown in the announcement trailer, even if he's a sniper, he might want to experiment with that. Why not? It fits the universe, it fits the playstyle. He might want to see how it works. And so we decided why not to give him the possibility to do that. That was the idea behind the playstyle. So playstyle is basically the starting preset that kind of gently guides you towards the certain direction of your power fantasy of how you play the game. At some point, the player will need to commit to his choices. So again, it's an important part of the choices system, you know. If you just can switch everything on the fly, that kind of makes your choices less important. So at some point you need to stick to particular guns, particular gadgets, and you just build around them. We give you some time to experiment, but you will need to commit. During the character creation, you will have to choose between three major factions, your origin. So you will be either Belter or Earther or Martian. Facial customization, appearance, you can choose your body type.
So you will be playing as a Pinkwater mercenary with different type of origin that you would create. You will have your sibling with the same, like, identical one. They will look a little bit different because they're their own person. They have their own personality. These events are set during the first 3 books, I think. You will start on Eras and witness basically the events from a different angle.
Cool.
And this part will be to some degree shown in your character creation.
Every companion should belong somewhere in the universe, and they have their own background consisting of their faction and their acquaintance. They have some background story, their own struggles. All this stuff will influence how they perceive the situations player encounters. So in every major plot event, they will have their opinions. They might hint you towards some decisions. They might provide you some assistance, or maybe
still
even
feels
some,
very far off, though. You know,
crucial contacts to go for help, for advice, for military support, maybe. Of course, they will have their own stories, their own struggles. And,
yeah, they're not showing really any gameplay, unfortunately.
To help them, or maybe to ignore their own stories, totally depending on how you want to be invested in this particular companion. The choices you make for those companions also will matter in long term.
Yep, some of them will have romances, and you can see on our background companions.
Perfect,
We cannot
thank
say who is going to have romance, but there will definitely be romance in our game.
Yeah,
It's
Astro,
a
this is
small
like
crew
Mass Effect
on the small
meets
ship.
Expanse.
You know, the Expanse, it's a universe where everyone flies in very tight spaces for a very long time. So there is a dynamics in the crew as well. We have a few layers of the combat system. First of all, it's obviously the gunplay. A few classes of weapons that you can use, and mostly you do it from the covers, so it's a cover-based gunplay game. And the second layer of the combat system is that's your abilities. That they might be more like offensive ones, maybe something like a grenade or a shoulder cannon, or maybe something more defensive like a shield or maybe a protective drone. A lot of gadgets that you can choose from depending on your play style. And as Julia mentioned, there are some play styles that are mostly focused on using your gadgets rather than using your weapons. Third layer, but still very important, that's obviously your companions. They have their impact on the combat. They have what we call combat opportunities. That's particular situations when you can order your companion to use an exploit in the arena, in the environment to gain a certain advantage in combat. We decided against the management, the gameplay part of the survival stuff. So you won't be counting your gallons of reaction mass or how much water you need to recycle before it dries out, nothing like that. But still, the Expanse universe is very dangerous. So in terms of narrative, the survival will be a part of the game. You will have a tremendous enemy. You will have a lot of very dangerous situations that you will have to get out somehow. There will be a lot of survival in terms of your player experience, just not as a particular mechanic. You will be able to fly around the solar system. Nice. You will be able to visit various planets. We mentioned this before, beautiful. That we have Luna, Mars, Ceres, Io, and some other cool places to visit. And some of those places will be like major social hubs where you can just walk around, meet other people, drink at the bar, shop for better equipment and stuff like that. So you will have plenty of places to go and to visit and to look at. The Expanse universe is cruel, and some characters might die because of your choices. Stay tuned for more, and we'll show more.
Makes me want to play Starfield,
man. Cooking. I hope you will like it.
Oh man, I can't fucking wait.
Welcome back, Aaron.
I can't wait.
Your flight was smooth.
Okay.
We have landed you on the outskirts of Genyak Island. Stay alert.
Hey, Aaron, it's Thomas. You know, your brother. You said you would visit me here, but you never did.
I want to, Astro.
Look,
maybe next week.
Bygones be bygones. Just find me in the West Zone. I'll be waiting.
Oh, cool.
Sometimes I dream about what's under the ocean. A distant shore, waiting to be explored.
Sweet. Hopefully characters from the series show up. That would be cool. This really does nothing for me. It looks cool. The physics is pretty cool, but and then it turns into a horror game. Yeah, of course. Oh, Lord. Run! How late does this show go? I'm not sure. I think it's 3 hours, they said, which means we're probably going to see maybe 4 new games and then, you know, 3 hours of yapping.
Slipping boats on the faucet.
6 hours with commentary? No, I think it's 3 hours with commentary. So like I said, 4 more games. We should be all right. This is a long trailer for something that I didn't feel like needed a long trailer, can I be honest? Oh, holy fuck.
Let's start with Aphelion.
My understanding is it's a dual protagonist game, so you'll actually be swapping back and forth as they sort of work together. And I'm sure there's parts where you're separated, parts where maybe you're together, working together.
Very emotional story.
There's so much potential for stories like that. The dual protagonists, seeing it converge in the end.
You know it's going to be an emotional game, especially when they put so much emphasis in the music. I feel like music is a tool to catalyst emotions, so it's definitely.
Have you seen the prologue for Squadron 42?
Wait, what? Music and video, and not just video games, and art in general, and media.
Good music changes
it changes
game
everything.
From a game being a good game to a memorable game, a game that will stick with you in a long time. So.
Well, and
Big fried gun to your balls. Would you rather have 20 minutes of yapping or 20 uwu games? I'll take the 20 uwu games.
Strange or
hands
like
down,
one
bro.
of my old school favorites, Vampire. Like they try different stuff, weird stuff even sometimes, and so this is exciting to see them doing something.
They were using the super alien.
I just want to
music
mute and talk
instruments,
over it,
What
but
is it called? Is that
A crystal bachette.
Crystal Bachette?
Oh, you're talking about the hand wedding one?
Yeah.
You're really into this hand. That's like the only
I
thing
kind
you
of want
took
to
away.
try it, honestly.
I mean,
how do you discover that technique of like, oh, that makes that, yes.
that this is an award-winning composer of the Summit of the Gods as well. So what I find super impressive is just, I feel like people sleep on music so much in games, and then you see behind the scenes of this entire, like, they're in a famous church in Paris playing the organ.
Actually has been a blast to see video game music evolve during the years. Like, video games has some great music, like...
It's one of those things, when it's working, like a lot of time you don't think about it. When music is really good
All
in a
you're
game,
thinking
you
about?
don't really think about it. But then when it's exceptional, like an Expedition or like the Witcher vibes, you know, then you really remember it. But a lot of the games you play, you probably don't look up the soundtrack, even though the game is pretty good, you know?
Ironically, my Spotify rap this year was like mostly video game scores. I think there's often correlation though, whenever a developer does take the music very seriously in a game. It
I'm
often
sure,
reflects
I'm sure
in
they're taking other parts
it
out.
reflects in every other. I mean,
Speaking of,
think
we have
about
an
it, all the
announcement
games that
coming
have, like,
tomorrow
think
about
the
our
games with the best scores
soundtrack
ever,
launch
like you just said,
date.
The Witcher 3 or
You guys are going to be able to listen
I mean,
to the entire soundtrack on Spotify coming
correlates to
very,
everything
very
else.
soon.
Every other aspect of the game, they take it seriously. So.
Another sci-fi game that is probably
Yeah.
one of the most anticipated sci-fi games for a very long time.
Yeah.
Is The Expanse: Osiris Reborn, which is from Owlcat as well. It is a third-person action RPG, obviously set in the Expanse universe.
The Expanse is a book and it's a show, so they're taking inspiration from both, but at the same time, it doesn't require previous knowledge of either.
What about Apple Music?
For you
Yeah,
to be
for
able
sure.
to enjoy this. In this game, you're going to
Guys,
be
there's an ad
living
break
more or
coming
less
on
through what
Twitch.
happens in
I'm
the
not going to
show.
snooze it. You
However,
guys
from
can
a
literally
different
just
perspective, from
go
a
grab a
different
drink
side
during
with
this.
your own group of people, with your own environment,
Come
that
back
you
later.
get to make your own choices.
I think an important thing to frame all of the Expanse game with is that coming from Owlcat, they are a studio that did like Rogue Trader, for example. Their bread and butter
Yeah.
is
B-cap, I
intense,
agree.
gritty narratives
crazy,
with
man.
unbelievable levels of roleplay depth and choice and
Wire,
consequence,
probably.
complex systems that interweave. And so seeing them go into this, which is of course a third-person cover-based shooter with many, many RPG mechanics. It's a different road. And I asked him about that in our interview and was like, how did this happen? Because typically they do sort of an isometric thing. And they just said when we decided we wanted to tackle the Expanse, it required that cinematic flair, and that's what they tackled. And they're doing a phenomenal job. I mean, the game looks beautiful.
It looks very interesting to me. It looks kind of like Dead Space meets Gears of War,
It's
kind
more
of
like Mass
gameplay-wise.
Effect,
It did. Or, yeah, Mass Effect as well.
The choice and the
Dead
reputation you
Space
have with your
meets
companions
Gears
will
of
change, 'cause your
War?
companions, they
What the
told
fuck
us,
are we doing
will
here?
disagree with some of the stuff you do. They'll get upset or
They will have their own
pissed about
opinions.
What are we
They'll have
doing
their
here?
opinions. And they also, one interesting tidbit they mentioned was that when you are
Dead
making
Space
choices in the
meets
game,
Gears.
they're not necessarily going to tell you if that was a big moment. If that, what you just said to them is going to seriously affect this thing over here, it will, but that's all behind the scenes.
Third game was Distant Shore, Brittany. This is what went viral as almost a portal with magnets. And I think it looks like a lot of fun.
It's such a unique concept. I could see it being big time.
You know,
Like,
it's
really
one of those
is.
games like you didn't know you wanted, but then you see it and you're like, oh, that looks like it
Who
tickles
doesn't
a
like
part of my brain.
magnets?
Yeah.
Like we've seen
very
versions of it before, but with everything it combines, because it makes everyone think of a different game when you see it. Because we've heard Half-Life, we've heard Portal. I thought of Only Up during some parts of it.
Yeah, it had Only Up.
And other
I thought
puzzle-
Mirror's Edge a little bit with like the parkouring, wall moving stuff.
See, it makes us think of so many different things at once. So I think it's
Is that
just
Jake
watching
Saki?
some of
Yes,
that
sir.
I could see the rage already.
Oh, yeah, the boss.
Streamers
the boss.
doing what they
Oh,
do
yeah,
best,
that-
fucking talking for way
Well,
too
and I
long.
think it's also
Hey,
really
first
cool that
off,
they
hey,
have boss
go
mechanics,
fuck
'cause, like, you
yourself,
can
all
tell
right?
It started with the idea
Secondly,
of using magnets
not all
to
streamers are like
manipulate
this,
the
all right?
environment, but then they're like, okay, well, we could raise
Fucking
the stakes,
relax.
take it up a notch with these boss fights that are
Some of us are chill.
organic in the space, and
You know?
It also mixes up because it's not just a puzzle game, so there is more to it and
Oh my
more that
fucking
Yeah, there's a
god,
world that you
man.
even showed as well.
It's more than just a puzzle game. Like there's a narrative behind it.
Exactly. Like they could have just stopped with the puzzle game. I think a lot of people would have been perfectly happy with that. But then they go and build on that with a story, boss fights, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, if it's not just reach a destination or do a final thing, but it's actually a narrative, like you said, that's really cool.
I think it's fun to keep an eye
Sure,
on.
dude. Chill. I've seen you play Red Dead, sir. Just because
Next
I
up, we
kill
have two very
motherfuckers.
exciting updates coming from Obsidian, that being some updates for Avowed as well as Grounded 2. We also got
Okay.
exclusive time with them and had some interviews, which were very exciting.
Just because I kill people and their horses doesn't mean I'm not chill about it. It doesn't mean I'm not
Avowed
chill
is
about
a
it, bro.
Obsidian first-person action RPG set in the world of Pillars of Eternity, where the player plays as an envoy sent by the Emperor of Adir to the Living Lands to investigate a mysterious plague that's kind of spreading throughout the lands, causing chaos, and you play as the envoy trying to figure out what's kind of going on down there. Do things that affect it in positive ways, negative ways, or in between type of ways, with that type of choice and consequence. In terms of, the post-launch things we've been supporting on it, like we've gotten a bunch of abilities added to the Ranger and Fighter trees to kind of more fill it out comparatively to the wizard tree. Aspects about it that are like arachnophobia mode, that was like a big community requested feature, as well as
Astro, don't
changes
call
to
me out like that.
progression,
I don't like that.
improvements there, gear improvements, and
Please tell me you're
as
gonna
well as
finish
bug
Red Dead.
fixes
I
and
am.
crash
Yeah.
fixes.
And you can play now as the different species.
Yeah, we've added different species.
Yeah.
The Amauin, Orlins, and Dwarves are now playable. A lot of our decisions we make are revolving around the player community, so we work, really closely with our community management team. We get like a spreadsheet, kind of see what the things that are bubbling to the top. Like an example, like quarterstaff was something where we wanted to feel like more like a wizard, right? That kind of wizardy vibe, as well as playing as Orlins. Like I think players just were bummed that we didn't include that in the base game. So I mean, it really comes down to like the time.
No idea why, but the thumbnail totally had me thinking this was some Beast Games video because it's blue.
We noticed like players really role play their characters in the game, so we always want to give them as many options as we can to like customize their features or character. To kind of have this fantasy.
Players are really role playing in the game
as they journey through the story. We just wanted to give them as many possible options as they can to really make the character they want to make, and just make it just their own. Stuff like all the playable races, we discussed it early on in Avowed. It's something both previous Pillars games had. It's a lot of work and a difficult
I like Luke
thing
Stevens
to really nail down, especially in Avowed with its parkour systems and its combat mechanics and all the weapon types and stuff like that in the game. Our different races are different sizes, they're different shapes, they're a very unique game experience when you play as each one of them in a first-person game specifically. So it was something like new to wrangle for Avowed. We had no time to finish it as we're making Avowed, and now we can give it to the players, so it's a more rounded experience compared to the original Pillars games. It should be a whole new way to play the game. If you pick an Orlin or an Amawa, it makes you feel completely different in the world, especially if you use third person or first person. It changes it again, how you feel and present in this game, so it's pretty awesome that we can finally bring that.
New Game Plus allows the player to bring over all their abilities, all their equipable gear. It does reset it back to level 1, so it's not like you're just outright OP basically, but you'll have the end game gear.
There was a sci-fi RPG that launched on the 360.
Have, modifiers on enemies,
and that UI reminded me of that so hard, and I can't remember the name of it.
Or, modifiers that
the
make
fuck
them
was that
more
game?
resistance to being stun locked or hit reactive.
Too Human?
And that kind of gets sprinkled in kind of somewhat randomly throughout the
Is that what I'm thinking
New
of?
Game Plus experience to kind of get that added challenge, but also let the player still feel somewhat like they're accumulating their abilities over the course of multiple playthroughs. So.
We noticed players
it was
take photos of their envoys, but it's very difficult in the game. You have to get the camera just right to get a certain distance from the character.
You guys remember Too Human?
Capture the shot in a conversation when you see your character, so this allows you to really get into it and capture some awesome shots or some scary shots, depending which way you're going.
We're super excited to announce that Avowed's finally going to come out to PS5.
Pre-orders are going to be live
Cool.
today. Keep an eye out on our socials, and we'll announce when the store page is open.
Okay. Fucking A, sick, cool. Let's move it along here, guys. Jesus Christ.
Grounded 2 is a survival game. It is set in a gigantic city park. You play as a teenager who has been shrunken to roughly the size
I like
of
you,
an
Big
ant,
Fry,
and
but
you
would
just
I
have
want to
to
hear you yapping in a
survive
game
in this
showcase?
environment
Luke's cool, but
with,
not in this scenario.
Insects that are the size of a bus, and figuring out how to eat. And
I don't know
get
what to
some
tell you, man.
water
I'm just here
and fight those
reacting, and
bugs and
there's
craft
nothing
new
here that's
materials and new
interesting me.
weapons.
Grounded
As
is
you
cool.
go and
It's
gain power and get over those
it's a
initial
10-second
survival challenges,
sizzle.
You can sort of get into the story of what has really happened in this park. A number of huge updates planned for the park. This is the first big content update that we have. We've been calling it the Winter Update. It's really about adding in this next big chunk to the park, and that comes with a lot of things that are very, very exciting for us. With this Winter Update, which is the community garden, is attached right to that early picnic area. On the map, it's just to the east of it, behind the gigantic statue of Tully and Burgle. This was our opportunity to really start delving into a brand new biome with everything that entailed. You've got
I think Grounded was best for its new, fresh setting.
setting.
Second game doesn't have a second game.
Patch. All of these introduce a lot of new and different types
Is
of
this the
artwork
second game?
and places for the player to explore. And then, of course, then we need all the insects that go in these areas too. And so A ton of new insects that are in there.
I'm trying to think if I knew there was a second
all
game.
of these insects, you can fight. Maybe they're docile and you can attack them. Many of them are aggressive and will attack you. And regardless, you fight them, learn their tactics, and then
Rogue, what up?
turn them into fashionable attire.
Is this
and
Grounded 2?
Going to a
When did the
biome,
sequel
a
come
new
out?
area in the park allows us to
A while ago?
fully lean into what makes the park unique from the backyard. And
Oh,
for us,
fuck,
that
could have fooled
means
me.
That mixture of really organic structures as well as that
Unless I'm high, I'm pretty
man-made
sure it said
touch.
Grounded
But
2.
this was designed by humans at human level.
Oh, that shows you how much I give a
which are
fuck.
a lot of fun to fight, but can be kind
Oh.
of annoying. Again,
It
this is
looks
a
just
survival
like the
game,
first
so,
one. I'm
so
confused.
excited about those things coming back. Black ants are also coming back too, and like with both of those, you get sets of armor and different weapons that you can craft after you've defeated.
I'm looking forward to
these
John
creatures.
Carpenter's Toxic Commando.
We're
Really
more
good
excited
game.
about the new creatures that are coming in.
That's a game that's going to get not
developed
shit on, but it's going to get ignored by the community. They're not even going to give it a chance.
Is pretty big.
I hope they
Again,
do,
the
because
size
that
of
game
a-
was
of a
fucking
large
awesome when we played
bus,
it.
Probably. It has some very unique attack combinations that are a lot of fun. It can also, of course, jump very, very far.
Does look better than Grounded.
It has its own armor set.
Yeah, huh.
It has its
I
own,
didn't even...
weapon or weapons that you can craft. Based
Wasn't ever
it.
on my
And the
radar,
same
I
thing
guess.
For earwig, and we actually have two different types of earwig. There's sort of a ranged earwig and a melee earwig that tend to travel around together to thwart the player with their strategic opportunities. Again, you can turn those into armor.
John Carpenter's
Of course,
game.
turn
Oh,
them
dude, it's
into
so
your
much
base
fun.
furnishings.
I dropped a
You
video
can
on
turn
it
them into
a
weapons.
few weeks ago. If you guys,
And
I got a
they'll
chance to
offer
play it. I
some-
brought my
some
friends
exciting
along.
and unique
Fuzz was in
combat
there. It was fucking sick,
You really
dude.
want Grounded
It's a
1
horror
players
game?
to be
No, it's
excited
like
to see these creatures again,
fuck
but
this game, by the way.
also to
It's
be
like
surprised and delighted by the
it's got
changes.
elements of like Left 4
just like we
Dead,
did in the picnic area,
but not Back
revamp
4
the
Blood,
combat. So that means
in more
even
like
looking at the old
open
legacy
landscape
creatures, okay,
levels where
how do
you're
we make
going
them
around doing
a part of
multiple
the system? How do we
objectives.
make them challenging
There's
with
like
new
weapon
dance? How can
customization,
we leverage
character
our systems to make them
customization.
more interesting?
There's different
And
classes
so
with like a bunch of
hopefully there's a couple
abilities.
of twists
It's
coming, even
very
with the
fucking
old
cool.
favorites that will keep veteran players on
I'm
their
gonna get a
toes
link
and
for it if you
surprise
guys want to
the
check it
legacy
out.
players.
It's very
We have a
sick.
brand new buggy, the ladybug buggy, which
Yeah.
you'll be able to get and raise and
Modern
hatch,
shoot.
and then ride around in the yard. And we're pretty excited about all that stuff. Like I think all of it is coming together just really well.
I'm gonna put this in the
think
chat for
every
those who want to
single
go check
Grounded
that out.
player
There it is,
from
right there, guys.
Grounded 1 at some
Fucking
point jumped
banger,
on the ladybug
banger game.
and let
It's
it
a co, yeah,
transport
4-player
them
co-op. It's
around.
fucking awesome.
And we often joke that was the original buggy prototype. And there's something so iconic about the ladybug and getting on it and wanting to ride it that it felt like an inevitability for us. But what's important for us whenever we do introduce a new buggy is we don't want it to just be another one or just a horse, you know? And so it really boiled down to what can the ladybuggy bring to the table that the other ones weren't? What can make her stand apart and bring a utility and an experience to the player that the other buggies aren't? How can we carve out her own little niche in the game? If she's the tank, she's, you know, the one who can get into those really tough fights and withstand those large swarms of insects. And that's where the idea of the water cannon on her back and, you know, players being able to shoot at their enemies. And that ended up, you know, providing a ton of gameplay opportunities and a really unique experience. Being able to shoot down the aerial insects that are often a bit more challenging and a bit more frustrating.
Oh, dude,
for
if you
players.
love
Well, now you have
zombies,
this,
it's
you
a
know,
different
ranged weapon
style
that
of
you can
game,
take them down with.
but I think you're
feels
gonna like
super
it.
satisfying, almost like an anti-air gun. For us, as soon as we crack that, it felt like, okay, there she is. That's her niche, and now it's just about bringing that experience to life and finding moments in the garden experience to really highlight that and let that shine for the player.
Bad link reposting. Wait, what? What is this link?
So we saw Avowed, great interview that you
Fuck
did over
you,
there.
Astro.
We see now that we have New Game Plus coming. there's
Somebody
photo mode,
time
new
out
weapon
Astro.
type,
I love
changing
all the
appearance. There's new
personalizations they
character
can do.
presets. You got new races, which I'm sure
Fucking
Lula will
God,
have
man.
a lot of fun
Yeah,
with.
this show's
It's-
painful.
They're doing a lot.
The games
and,
they're showing
I mean,
are
the game,
okay,
of
though.
course, launched earlier this
This
year.
is brutal,
Obsidian's
man.
Very,
Busy this
very
year.
busy.
Okay, now bring Astro
And
back.
they're
There we
doing
go.
these
Thank
free
you.
updates now, and so they also are adding
Yes,
New Game
James, it
Plus,
is.
which adds a whole new reason for you to go back through the game. So the game is coming to PS5.
We got another one.
We got
Avowed Platinum Trophy was insane.
Here we go.
Yeah, yeah, but it's coming and it's available for pre-order as of this
Right
show
now?
going live. So right now, so check it out. And when I talked to them, they were saying how important the community is to them, how they've listened to a lot of their feedback, like adding Arachnophobia
Rocket Boots,
mode
do
on
not
Grounded.
compare it to Back for Blood.
What do I do?
I'm telling you right now, please watch my video on it.
Like that's kind of their driving force, is looking at the community, what the community is saying, communicating. They're like, hey, we'd like more species and more customization options in Character Builder. Okay, we'll do that. And it's just really nice to see them do that. They could put it in a paid package, but they're not. They're just, it's a labor of love, and that's...
I really like how, as you're going to New Game Plus, you can also change your character's appearance. So you keep some of your skills and stuff, but if you are tired of how your character looks or you want to do something new, try a different race, you can do that by just going to New Game Plus. You don't need to go back to the beginning.
Besides that, we also had Grounded 2, which is bringing the Garden of Brook Hollow Park that is now going to be open. So it's a new biome. They have new creatures, new tools, a new mushroom brick material that you can build more stuff with, and also a new ladybug buggy.
A lady buggy.
So sweet.
For those of you watching, it's a play on words.
Allow me to explain.
Ladybug E, because you can mount it and ride it like a buggy.
Yeah, and speaking to listening community, they also take a lot of feedback. This is a game that launched back into early access back in July, and so this is a major winter update. Is what they're calling it. And it was heavily requested to have more types of transport, which they are still planning more for the future that people can be excited about. But they always listen to feedback about, should an insect be an enemy? Should an insect be what they call, is it docile or docile? I'm from Iowa.
Whatever you prefer.
Yeah. And different insects can be friendly, some can be enemies, and then of course they can also treat them now as transport.
What are we doing
you
here,
looked
man?
at Luke when you asked. Well, I'm not looking at you. And so with this update, they're doing this throughout a lot of the timeline. Like they're gonna give you a lot of these big updates, and you're gonna be kind of surprised of like when it first released early access, there was still plenty to do. It was a survival game, but if you were a fan of Grounded, the original, you knew they were still gonna have a great winter update for you like this, and so they have a lot on
Jake
their
Lucky's
roadmap,
kind of
but
questionable,
because
at
of the way
least in the
game
past.
is
Wait,
oddly,
why?
like, scaled down, it's from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Like the way it's shrunk down, they have so much they still want to do and will be doing for a long, long time.
Well, and that cricket.
Yeah, the cricket thing was
that thing's
terrifying.
horrifying. It turns around and like.
You're like, wait, what's he doing? What's he doing?
Spreading. I gotta give them credit. Like Obsidian's been so crazy busy. Like the fact that you can put out 2 pretty sizable games in 1 year. And a bunch of updates for it.
And it seemed like they were cooking something huge, right? Because...
Yeah, they just had Tim Kaine come back out of retirement. He's one of the creators of Fallout back in the day. And he...
Didn't he also was some of the original creators of Vampire Bloodlines?
I think he did.
Bro, I feel like I'm playing Pioneer's
He's,
intro
from a
here,
legend
man.
of
There's
the
so much
industry.
fucking
He, in
yapping,
2020, went and started doing consulting work with Obsidian. But
These guys should all write for transients, am I right?
But he's actually gone back to Obsidian to work
Fuck
full-time
me,
in
man.
office, moved to the studio on some project that's unannounced, and he said, don't bother guessing, you will not guess it. So, new IP.
This is
something
crazy.
Who knows? But they are
Or
busy.
he's trying to throw us off.
It's hard to not see, like, hope, at least for Fallout stuff.
Simplicity, what up, bro?
You know? The TV show being excellent and everyone itching for more
Carpenter
Fallout,
game slaps. Dude, it's so much fun. I can't wait for it to come out.
Next up, we have 3 fantasy RPG games that are looking very cool, as I would say. This is going to be Outward 2 from Nidot Studio, a follow-up to their other survival game, Outward, obviously. We have Varon's Call by Titan Rock, and then we also have Dragon Twin by Draconic Interactive.
Yeah, Daniel, I agree. What they need to do behind each, like, if they want to do an intermission like that, they do like 2 or 3 sentences. Hey, if you guys want to find out more, the exclusive interview is here, QR code, and keep it moving. And we keep it moving. That's it.
You're just a dude or a dudette. And the reason why we are downscaling
That's what they gotta do.
who the player is because they want to be immersed more than they want to be powerful. And that was the big change in our approach. And we made all of our design decisions to be in alignment with this vision. If you were just a regular person and you wanted to think like a human would, but in a fantasy world, it's when you are aloof, when you're just like, that's not so dangerous, I've done it before. And that's when life just snaps back at you, right? In real life, that's like that. It should be like that in the design as well. So one gigantic thing is the character creation. In Outward 1, like, we had very ugly protagonists. And we didn't have
I don't think I played the first one.
Like 3 skin colors, a handful of faces, a handful of haircuts, and that was it.
Luke Stevens.
It feels like
I like Luke.
Drawing yourself into an RPG.
I actually don't mind any of those people, to be honest.
Traits, you have a very granular.
It's just the pacing of the show. It just needs to
modify
change.
And customize your character to your liking. One of the big thing is you choose one of 3 starting locations. So as a regular person, what justifies throwing yourself into danger? How do you become an adventurer? Well, we have 3 different quests, depending on which city you choose. So if you are in Simeon's Bastion, you are a homeless person, you're desperate. In Tramontane, you are a miner and you're trying to like improve your status and your quality of life. In Haboob, you are just a clerk who just bought a house. What could possibly go wrong? You know, and very mundane situations, like you're not special or anything, but something special happens to you, and then you have to live up to the situation. We want a weather system that is very dynamic. So now we have a year-long calendar with seasons, and you just go through all that. So it's going to be winter, and then it's spring, and then summer, and does change, like what kind of stuff can be found, what kind of armor you need to wear. Dual wielding is gigantic. So now you can combine anything that goes in one hand, and that opens up a lot of possibilities. In Outward 1, like, you had your offhand could only have a set amount of things, and you had your main hand. Now you can just interchange. You can have 2 shields if you want. It sucks. I don't recommend.
Kind of like Dark Souls meets Elder Scrolls.
Of course,
interesting.
Like, just visually, and the fact that it's much more lush, it's more filled, it's more visually vibrant. That's going to be something that
it's a beautiful looking game.
Just like in Outward 1, we have 8 skill trees, and all those skill trees have some exclusive skills. So if you take one, you can't take the other, and you have a maximum of 3 breakthrough points. So there's only 3 skill trees that you can learn from to the maximum of the capabilities. Otherwise, you only have like the first few layers of skills available. One thing we added are the attribute points, the core stats. So strength, agility, constitution, willpower, intelligence. We added those. We're gonna track a lot of different things that you do. They're all gonna have like different thresholds. So let's say you dodge attacks successfully a certain number of times, you unlock a note.
It does look very Souls-like to me.
A passive trait and increase your agility. So very small incremental changes. We start with very simple things, and it expands us in more and more circles. So you won't be able from the very start to unlock
I'm
all
gonna talk
3
about
skill
chat.
trees
Want anything?
because
Bro,
you
give me
have
a
the
cheesy
cash to do
gordita
it.
crunch, please.
You will have to have
Crunchwrap
experience.
Supreme,
You will need to
large root beer,
practice the life of danger
churro
and
bites.
RI to be able to understand, like, get to the next level of the skill trees. Other than that, well, I think it's important to note that all 4 regions are new regions, so it's really just completely new environment to explore.
That's cool.
Today, we're going to be taking a deep dive into our upcoming action RPG, Varon's Call. The world of Leda is entirely shrouded by darkness on one side, while scorched by endless sun on the other.
Like Lorwyn.
These incredibly hostile areas are known as the Forsaken Realms, which, as you may have noticed, is the name of the universe we are meticulously crafting. Your first steps within the Forsaken Realms will take you to the Vale of Varon, a city on the brink of collapse, and the first of our narrative-focused adventures. You'll step into the boots of a lone mercenary, seeking to answer Varon's call for aid, and maybe earn some gold and glory along the way. It's clear that Varon needs a hero, and every hero needs a way to slay the countless fantastical beasts they'll encounter. Varon's Call aims to cater to a wide range of playstyles, offering you the freedom to combat the unknown in a variety of ways. Whether you prefer to be a nimble-footed archer, flinging fireballs between arrows, or face your foes toe-to-toe as an axe-wielding
I love me the whirlwind warrior axe.
The game's classless system means you're never locked into playing a specific way. You have the ability to adapt, alter, or completely switch playstyles midway through your adventure. Unlock and spend perk points to obtain new skills and abilities, and level up your mercenary's core stats by gaining character experience. Hidden chests throughout the world will reward you with a range of weapons, armor, and unique trinkets.
some providing unique effects to help you gain an edge in your next combat encounter. The local hamlet of South Vale acts as a hub, a safe space that provides various amenities for you to further develop your character. Use the Forge to upgrade the weapons and armor you find throughout the world, and the Dismantling Bench to deconstruct items for materials. The spell crafting table can be used to increase the power of your magic. Everything from an area of effect freeze attack that stops the enemy in their tracks, to ripping up the ground from underneath their feet with destructive force. Use the trap making bench to upgrade and unlock new traps and gadgets. A nice complement to your arsenal, allowing you the opportunity to catch your enemies off guard. And finally, the Alchemy Cauldron. This can be used to custom brew a multitude of mixtures, from replenishing health and restoring stamina to curing yourself of nasty status effects. These concoctions are sure to aid you on your journey.
I like that you can name them.
Great.
That's
so
cool.
You've equipped that shiny new helmet, purchased that slightly overpriced magic spell you always had your eyes on, and upgraded that new Polybuster barrel to the volatile variant that has even more boom. You're ready to get back into the fight, but maybe you want a change of pace. Yes, you're supposed to be the hero and save the city, but heroes need breaks too. Besides, there's a whole world to explore, and quirky characters from all walks of life need your help with their problems.
Then you've come about the job.
You might find yourself involved in a murder mystery, helping a local peacekeeper catch the criminal behind the death of her beloved friend. Or maybe you're on a mission to rid Varon of the Gnomi scourge that plagues the city, all because a crazy guy in an outhouse called you a hero?
I know the truth!
Maybe we should stick to the main task at hand after all. Varon's Call is soon to release on PC with full controller support, with the aim of releasing on consoles at a later date.
Looks interesting.
Our game is inspired by classics like
Looks
Fable
very
and the Elder
enshrouded
Scrolls.
now.
So if this sounds like your
Not a
kind
bad
of
thing.
adventure,
Art style and
consider heading over
yeah,
to Steam
it's
and
got some
adding it to your
enshrouded
wish
vibes,
list
I would
to
say.
stay up to date with us.
I would
Until
say
then,
so, yeah.
We'll see you mercenaries soon.
On record, I hope kills body cam once and for all. Damn. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are we hating on body cam? It's not a great game, in my opinion. Dragon Twin. It's an epic fantasy dragon riding game in early development. Bro, is this Lair? What are we doing here? Oh, some of you guys are probably too young to know that reference. Jesus Christ. Does it have 6-axis controls? The focus at this stage is on the tech and the systems needed to bring the concept to life at an unprecedented level of fidelity. The full scope of the game will become more clear over time as it depends on future funding in the ship. So, okay, yeah. So you're just fucking around making dragons, like that's what it is. That's okay. Dracaris, find me a publisher. An early access demo is available to Patreon supporters. Oh. The current version focuses on the flight system, with more features being added in the future as they get ready for testing. Okay. Dragon sex, yep. Extensive dragon creator. Okay. Look, guys, here's the thing we're making. It really just depends on the shifting nature of game development. It depends on funding. It depends on a multitude of different things of whether or not this game's going to release. I'm not mad at the transparency. That's pretty much every game in development ever, you know what I mean? Draconic. These people really like dragons.
First question I had was, how hard is this game going to be? Because the most common question about the original
I hate
Outward
this.
was, okay, this is like, does it have to be so hard?
I actually got to play the game in the alpha version, and I got my ass kicked.
I'm glad.
Hello, entertaining department.
But it's
Yeah, do you guys have any more of that
I
available?
really enjoyed it because
Oh no.
exploring
Oh,
this
you're
game felt
you're
very
completely out of
rewarding.
entertainment.
There's like a camping
Oh.
system, so you
Okay.
can camp like
Yeah, I'll call
right
back some other
outside,
time.
like the enemy zone, and then
Fuck
you
are we doing
prepare,
here?
like your weapons and everything to wreck the enemy. Because if you don't prepare, oh, you're in trouble.
It's known to be a very, very hardcore survival. And when I was talking to Guillaume, he was like, if you die, it is likely your fault. And we all heard him say, like, it's not hard, but it is demanding. And they always at all times want to live up to those words, which is really awesome. And they will have a pack mule, which he said, of course, shocker, can die if you don't take care of it.
Of course.
But it's, one of the big struggles was with inventory and spacing along other struggles that players had to really try and, play out this game. Like you were saying earlier, you can't dilly-dally in this game. You have to really know what you're going to do, and eventually you'll get a hang of things. But another big one was dual wielding. So you can dual wield, he says, anything in the game. You can even double shield it up, which he says is not recommended.
You can attack with the shield. It's super close.
He
Jazz,
really loves to
appreciate
stress
you.
all of these niche things.
There's a lot of
Like you can sprain your ankle, you can
Oh my
perforate a lung.
Chat, I can't. Listen. No, I can't do it. I can't. But I feel bad for muting. You know what I mean?
Different lengths of time to
I'm
recover
so
from.
I
torn.
got the concussion in game as well.
I'm so fucking torn, dude. I just can't do it.
What were you doing? What were you doing out of game?
It was kind. No, it was just kind of like a play on, because whenever I told people I got a concussion, brain damaging in game, a lot of people in my chat would say like, in game.
Sounds like the most hardcore of hardcore survivals.
It was really fun, and you can also play with friends, and then things become a lot more bearable.
They've showed the split screen.
Yes,
and it
you
looks
can play
awesome.
split screen with your friends, and it's really nice. Especially because then, like, you get beaten up, and then your friends get beaten up, so and then you know.
can get digital concussions together.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Forsaken Realms, Varon's Call. We were all sitting here saying it looks
It looks sick.
Most importantly, controller support. I can play that one.
I was trying to put my finger on what the vibe was, and at the very end of the trailer, they say inspired by games like Fable. They really struck an interesting
Red,
vibe.
thank you
It
for the
seems like
bits.
It's got a lot of soul and heart in it.
We've talked about music a lot today. I just want to say that was something I noticed right
Fuck
there. That
this,
flute,
man.
there's something about a flute. When a flute starts playing,
When the
in a
flute
fantasy
started,
game,
yeah,
dude.
When the flute started playing, he was like, oh my god.
I'm ready to go to war.
No, the game looks really nice. It looks very well detailed, and I can't wait to try it.
They angled it that like, hey, you can do this thing. You can really focus on combat and the main quest line, the main story, but this is also an expansive world where there are a bunch of little side stories where you can go to these individual side characters and like help them catch their chicken.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
the
yeah.
murder mystery or whatever it is. And I feel like that's what builds out a world and makes it feel more full. So I think it looks great. Third, we had Dragon Twin. I don't even know if we're.
Let's ride!
Dude, you can make your own dragon. There's a character creator for your dragon.
Did you see the neck customizer? I mean, like Jake was like.
To be fair, is very early in production. They're working on all these systems for Dragon Flight, and as they mentioned in the trailer, it's still a work in progress. They're like finding the game and what it's going to be based on funding, Patreon support, things like that. But I mean, just like imagining the vision of a kingdom builder where like you're in command of dragons like Khaleesi, like inject that into my veins. It's another one of those games I didn't know I needed or wanted, but
Never even came across your mind. You're like, wait a second.
well, you see and you're like, of course.
Yeah. Of course
You can customize the fucking
I
neck.
can't wait to see
Oh
how
my
it
god!
progresses, because it already looks amazing.
But they left the combat pretty open-ended. like we saw some battle scenes, we saw some light with other dragons maybe fighting, and how that's going to come into play. I'm really curious
The
about.
movement, I mean, you're gonna get some Battlefield pilots.
It's so cinematic.
The cinematic shots you're going to get with that dragon is going to be crazy.
I'm so fucking done with this bullshit.
Next up, we have some exclusive content coming from
All right,
Munfish,
here we
a
go.
comparison of the twins from Atomic Heart, now in the cube, a very exciting game. I think we're all looking
All right, here
forward
we
to.
go. Here's the
And
cube.
for Atomic Heart, some new screenshots from their DLC number 4. On top of that, there is also Immortal Gates of Pyre that we had an incredible interview with that Jake hosted, where we talk a little bit about the making of the game, the people behind it, and RTS in general.
Save me from this fucking gaming showcase, please. Yeah.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it is.
It's in the sky, a giant cube. I can still barely believe it myself.
It's a fucking cube, man!
When it showed up, I was in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know? I felt that same fear, though. A terrible sense of my own powerlessness.
Yeah.
How did the whole of
What is this, Arena
humanity
Breakout
miss it?
Infinite?
And did we actually miss it? What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself?
Isn't this the
What if it
BR?
was always there, and we've only just
I
started to
think
see
this
it?
is a BR? MMO? Yeah, okay. We learned nothing about it. Yeah, I knew it's the same universe. Okay, so we also learned... Okay, we learned absolutely nothing about it. Okay. Sick.
So, Immortal Gates of Pyre is an attempt to modernize and make more accessible the RTS genre, while simultaneously keeping all of the complexity and the opportunities for mastery that have made RTS so popular over the years. So it's I would refer to it as a Blizzard-style RTS, the fast action, big battles, very tactical, kind of very rapid-fire chess. We realized that RTS, in part because it was dominated by a few big players, never really went through the kind of indie transformational experimentation. Some of the companies that tried to do so did so by stripping away features or losing some of the things that really made RTS great. In the early days, we surveyed a lot of players in both MOBA and RTS communities and found that they really loved the fantasy of commanding an army. RTS, at the end of the day, if you were to strip it all away, is just you're commanding an army, another guy's commanding an army in real time.
Yeah.
Right? Because you get individual unit control, it can be very overwhelming. And because you're also building those units, because you're building a base, because you're having to do so much macroing along with the microing simultaneously, that for most players, it just gets overwhelming and complicated. And so we worked through it kind of line by line, trying to figure out what are the rote tasks, what are the things that players are required to do that are not really decisions, that are more just chores, right? And how do we make more and more of the complexity in the game, but optional, opt-in? We refer to it as opt-in complexity. And then simultaneously, how do we create a world and experiences and game modes that people want to be a part of? We want to take this genre and show people this genre isn't dead. People want this fantasy, they want this experience. A lot of it has to do with things like the UI and the UX, the unit design, and a lot of that opt-in complexity. So, for example, in most RTSs, you always have to be building workers. If you're not building workers, you're falling behind on your economy and you're screwed. The correct move,
I agree,
with very
Astro.
few exceptions, is to build a worker every chance you get. So we made that automated, but have a toggle. If you want it turned off, you can. So if you're trying to do a specific timing attack, you can, but we took that complexity away. One of the other things is how in MOBAs you have a unified command card, right? All of the abilities and castable abilities on your hero are easy to reach. You can hit all of those buttons very quickly on one hand. We redesigned the UI UX to be the same way. So you can select your whole army with one button by default, and then all of the abilities, castable abilities of your army are also on that one unified command card. One of the things that people often tell us is that when they watch our game, it looks like an RTS, but when they play
Flo,
it almost plays more like a MOBA in terms of how they're commanding their army. Our early idea was if we bring the top, 10 modders within generally the strategy gaming space, if we bring them all together and we say, if we were to come together and build a game that truly is the next generation of RTS, what does it look like? And that's what we set out to do. The 1v1 or 2v2 PvP experiences, they're similar to a StarCraft or a StarCraft 2. Maps, we did redesign the maps and we redesigned the mechanics in a way that 2v2 is actually really, really fun. It's a core support gameplay mode. And players, including pro players, have actually really enjoyed doing 2v2 tournaments.
They did just show old trailers
to destroy the
for the
enemy's
cube.
town centers, and so it's kind of a tactical back and forth with counters and strategic snipings and using immortal abilities in clever ways. So it's great for mastery and laddering and skill gain. Ultimately, or at least the goal, is to have other PvP modes that are more casual or more playful, kind of some chaos modes, auto battler modes, things like that, where if you just have 10 minutes and you want to have a beer while doing it, and you want to do something that's a bit strategic, but you don't want to get that sweaty, we want to have those experiences too. That's a big part of the target market that we're looking at, is people that like to be challenged mentally, but don't necessarily want to try to do the crazy APM and don't want to get too invested in the competition. We want to do a full grand campaign. The inspiration for how we kind of want, or how we see the ideal campaign, if we can build it, is very similar to Dark Crusade. It's a grand campaign. You can be kind of any of these different factions and conquering territory and building new and unique stories.
That's cool. Like I said, not my style of game.
One of the better trailers that I think we all saw back around SGF last year.
Not our new trailer that we're showing with this. Of course, the twin comparison is new, which is very cool to see the twins for the first time in this universe, if you like Atomic Heart. But the trailer itself for the Cube, nothing new.
The potential for that game is like unmatched.
What is the game?
So good at cinematics, and also just like the concept of playing a game like that with the map constantly changing, the biomes changing. It like breaks my brain to think about, but in a fun way. I think.
Like different terrains, different weather.
They show that sliding clip where she's sliding, and then as the cube is apparently rotating, we don't know how that mechanic even works with the map.
I'm assuming you can fall off. Like if you fall off the map, you just I'm sure you're dead.
crushed.
And they've taken so many gameplay mechanics already. We saw from that short trailer. You saw wall running. You saw just like traditional gunplay.
The other cool part to me is that it is set in a universe that people have already been a part of.
The world of Atomic Heart's very interesting.
Can you explain it a little bit?
It's kind of like it is Soviet Russia in an alternate timeline where they've mastered robotics, but then there's like evil robots.
And in terms of vibe, it's kind of like Soviet Bioshock. And it's a vibe.
That's a good way to put it.
And what's interesting is that from the original game Atomic Heart, one of the primary things people loved about it were like the boss fights, and then like the outdoor environments and the art direction. And that is just the cube. And then they're adding in this multiplayer component as well with like, it seems like PvE elements with bosses that you'll fight against together as the cube rotates. I can't wait to find out more.
I love how open-ended they are.
Me too, dog.
We are all curious because we don't know the exact direction they're going and where it could end up. And I was trying to pinpoint like what game I was looking at. because we are gonna flow into Atomic Heart, and I love that tie between those worlds. But I honestly saw a piece of like the finals and the first destructibility and cube movement we saw when the finals first released. There was something about that aesthetic that I also saw, and I was like, okay, now I'm instantly locked back into this.
The DLCs people love. There's already Atomic Heart 1 and 2. This is their 4th and final DLC for Atomic Heart. And when we saw the trailer, we saw the screenshots, it adds new environments and it looks good.
Yeah.
You know? Then the third game on our list with that one was Immortal Gates of Pyre by Sunspear. Jake, you had a great conversation with Ian.
My boy Ian. It's a game that's been in development for a long time. We're gonna probably talk about how it's a group of modders, and so they've hired a lot of modders, and they have that DNA for this game and a lot of the concepts they want to plan out for the future. They've had hands on this for almost 10 years, but they've been working hard on it for about 5, is what they would tell you.
Okay.
And they really want to try and combat, as we all know, like the RTS genre is really hard to get into because
high barrier of entry.
I agree, because it's like you see these games and you know RTS games and you're like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to work on micro, macro, and all those movements per second and whatnot. And they want to try and combat the pillars that have already established themselves in the RTS genre. We know Age of Empires, but we also know StarCraft is the one that people kind of go to. And he was saying they've had these games in the genre that blew up so early on that it's been hard for companies like this to make a new RTS and survive and branch out and be somewhat unique to what we already have kind of attached to.
I do like that they're kind of emphasizing accessibility because I think it is pretty intimidating for new players. That's why a lot of people don't want to, are kind of turned off by RTS. It's just so overwhelming to look at.
It's awesome. I'm one of the people who haven't played RTS because I don't want to go against Sweaty Joe, who's been playing this his entire life. I have no.
He lives.
Yeah, I don't have any clue how to do it.
I live for micro, macro movements.
This is cool. And then you can have the sweaty experience if you want, or you can have the experience where you just sit at home and have a beer.
I did when he said that. I was like, that's my guy.
Exactly.
My vibe. This game was made for.
But I do want to really support him, and when it comes to cracking through whatever the current the current stereotype in that genre is, they're trying to innovate, they're trying to do things differently. And one last thing, they're very, very community focused. So like a lot of the devs we've spoken to, they love their community, they found their diehards, and it really has shaped the project.
Daniel, 100%.
And so I hope we see it in the near future.
Yeah, I agree. All right.
Next up, we have what I'm calling kind of a Western section. We have some new footage from the game X-Killer. That's going to be Paradark Studio. There is Far, Far West from Evil Raptor and Erosion from Plot Twist.
This looks cool.
Welcome to the world of Exeular. We are
Exeular,
Amadeus, the creators of the game,
and this is gameplay overview. Exeular is a first-person action-adventure game that encourages exploration, rewards curiosity,
and never holds your hand.
You play as Denzel Phoenix, an Exeular, a corporate bounty hunter.
Execulars hunt down fugitives and reclaim souls from those who try to escape the system.
Cool.
One of the game's main hubs is the Tower, a massive fortress city ruled by the Aphelion Corporation. This is where you accept contracts, upgrade your gear, and prepare for missions.
Job well done, contract fulfilled.
The game is structured in chapters, and almost everyone begins and ends in the tower.
Okay.
Outside the tower lies a harsh, scorched desert. You travel through it in a heavily modified car, designed to protect you from extreme conditions, such as heat and radiation. Inside the vehicle, you have access to your computer, storage, and a working radio.
Yeah, I'm digging this. This looks cool.
From your...
Great transition.
Survival is core part of the experience.
Inventory space is limited, and every item matters, forcing players to make careful decisions about what to carry and what to leave behind.
Aphelions high-tech systems allow you to hack devices, pick locks, and access restricted areas.
Cool.
Your cybernetic implants help you
I might throw this on the wish list.
Investigate the
this looks really cool. Do we have a release date?
Missions and level design are fully non-linear. There's no single way to complete a contract. Stealth, dialogue, and combat are all valid approaches.
Not yet, eh? Okay.
And can be freely combined.
Yeah, there's specific drive vibes for
every
sure.
Decision matters.
With the vehicle, yep. Absolutely.
Or muerte.
Yeah, very cool.
Wishlist Exeular on Steam.
Hi everyone, Robert here from Fireshine Games. I am the Senior Product Manager for Far Far West, developed by the incredible 6-person team at Evil Raptor. Far Far West is a 1-to-4 player co-op PvE first-person shooter where you play as robot cowboys in a weird western world. Work together to kill bosses, collect bounties, and cleanse the lands of the evil enemy invaders. Today, I'm going to talk you through a short, single-round session of Far Far West. Here, we're exploring the Far Far West hometown, an evolving space where you can upgrade your weapons, spells, and character.
Okay.
Once the team is geared up and ready to go, we can pick the bounty we want to hunt and drop into the game.
Okay. Right, exactly, Flo. Right. Oh,
now
shit.
that we have dropped into
that
the
interview
map,
was
it is
fucking
time
nuts.
to head to our first objective. We can travel around the map much faster with the use of our
Red
trusty
Dead
horses,
Redemption.
which you can summon with the press of a button.
Okay.
When fighting enemies, I can use different firearms and a variety of spells to do damage or heal myself and teammates.
I like me a good co-op game like this.
Together to make their effects more powerful, spread their damage further, or even create.
I have a feeling it's eventually going to go to VR. I don't know why. Maybe it's the
To
hands
summon this boss, we
not
need to
connecting,
do the
but
obvious. Launch a nuke at its nest. So let's get this rocket loaded with explosives and shoot it into the sky. When playing co-op, you have to work together as a team to complete the objectives and defend yourself from enemy attacks. Right now, we're throwing sticks of dynamite to my teammate for him to put in the rocket, of which he is actually only catching a few. While carrying out objectives, you will attract the attention of the enemy hordes, who will try and stop you.
it reminds me of like Sea of Thieves meets Dark Tide.
Now we have the rocket all powered up, let's launch it at the boss nest to really make it angry.
Yeah, exactly,
This
Pac.
bounty is
Yeah.
far from over. Now we have to take the beast down. Let's summon the boss and get this party started.
Oh, cool. Looks like FPS roguelike. Roguelike? Maybe. It just reminds me of like a horde shooter, objectives, 4-player co-op, but with
won,
bosses.
and the
That's
boss is
cool.
dead, but we aren't safe yet. So let's get to the station to get the last train out of town. When the train is called, we have to stay alive for its arrival, which is easier said than done when the whole of the Far West wants you dead.
Okay. We got like
We made
PvE
it out
extraction
alive.
elements.
Well, some of us, which means we get to keep the resources we found along the way. These will allow us to upgrade our characters even more and be stronger for the next bounty. This was just one simple game of Far Far West. There are multiple bosses,
It doesn't
maps,
look bad.
objectives, weapons,
I kinda
spells,
like- I
upgrades,
kinda
and
dig it.
cosmetics, all unlockable through play.
I really think
You
that
can
High
play
Guard
the
will be
playtest with your
delayed.
friends
They're just
right
delaying
now.
the inevitable, in my opinion. Oh, there's a playtest live now. There you go, guys. That didn't look bad.
As a parent, you've got one job. Protect your family.
Yeah, semi-deep rock galactics. Yeah.
Whatever happens, you do it or die trying.
Jazz, I'm actually playing through Red Dead Redemption 2 for the first time on Twitch. like right now.
You don't stay dead for
I've streamed
long.
it about 5 or 6 times already, just playing through it, and so far it's fucking incredible.
You reminded me of that this morning. My father, he looked on by. He passed on to the next life. Oh.
In terms of games that have moved me, I think Gears 3, spoiler alert, when Dom passes, I think that one got me. That one still, even watching the clip of it now, still like makes you choke up a little bit. Any news of the game Beta Decay? Still waiting to hear more. To the light. Playtest this
First
spring.
up, we saw X-Killer. That's coming from Paradox Studio. It's kind of, I mean, the vibes look great to me. It was reminding me a little bit, you disagreed, but like a cyber.
How has nobody shown Beautiful Light yet?
Wild.
I feel like I've been waiting for that game forever. They showed it during the showcase.
The animation work was crazy good.
The second
like the world building.
I think
chunk
the way
of trailers.
it's described is a post-apocalyptic Western-style FPS with a bounty hunter vibe. And so we even saw in the trailer they were picking up bounties. It kind of reminds me of Fallout as well.
Yeah, a little bit of Fallout in there.
So I think it looks like a lot of fun. That could be a new kind of like staple in those types of games, to me at least.
Yeah, it's a great combination. I mean, it looks fantastic. Like, it's stunning.
Animation.
It's coming from such a small
Sci-fi
team.
cowboy, I'm in.
Yeah, done.
Say less.
Money.
Then we had Far Far West coming from Evil Raptor, Western-themed action shooter project. You know, the way I've been describing it, to be honest with you, is Western Sea of Thieves. There's a lot of depth there. It looks like, I mean, that's not a bad comparison. Sea of Thieves was very fun to me.
What if Sea of Thieves but cowboys? Basically?
All right, we're gonna check in on the comments. Let's see what everybody's saying.
And like bounties, we're going out and doing boss fights with each other.
I don't know why the fucking chat always disappears. Fucking
the
YouTube.
boss on the ground,
see
and
here.
one of them was up top, and your teammate threw the dynamite up, caught it.
23 games shown so far. 23
Third,
pieces of
on
silicon.
this list, another Western. This game is pretty mind-blowing. I think we're all on the
They
same
need a
page.
script, not improvised commentary. Oof.
I could see this one being like this. Is
All the work gets watered down by the yapping. I'm glad I'm not crazy.
The compelling aspect of it, to me, is the time passing, affecting not just the world that you're exploring, but also like, literally your daughter. She grows older every day.
I'm glad I'm not fucking crazy, bro. Beautiful Light needs to hurry up. I love what I've seen from the game. I mean, you don't want to rush art, but at the same time, I think Beautiful Light is going to have a harder time launching if it's another year off. I'm just being honest. We talked about it on the podcast with Crash. Shout out Push to Talk. There's so many games coming out in that genre now, like this extraction horror, you know, thing. And I think Beautiful Light isn't going to be the first one out the door. And I think that's going to hurt them a lot.
For sure.
Oh my God, are we fucking done yet?
Next up, we have a very exciting section for people who like competitive games, shooter games. We have an awesome interview that Jake did with the executive producer of the Division franchise.
What FPS would you consider good for an early access PvP FPS?
From the original creator of Counter-Strike, Min Lee. Or
If I can be honest, I don't think I have an answer for you.
Sitting from
I'm trying to
Pixel
think.
Pizza and Sand Raiders of Sophie by Hollygriff.
An early access FPS.
If you imagine a real world location.
I'm not sure.
The
Let me
most
think about that,
important
Astro.
city in the United States, Washington, D.C., completely ravaged by a pandemic and struck by the strongest, worst blizzard of all time. And you are going to have to survive and extract the most valuable resources. And of course, that leads us to Survivors.
I
So
wish
what
I
are we
got
doing?
into the
Like,
Division more.
we can't rest on our laurels, our 10-year-old laurels.
I've played it
from,
multiple
Survival.
times, and like I've had
So
good
we're
times, but like no,
reimagining,
it's
we're
just,
bringing
I just
this
can't stick
snowstorm,
with it.
This weather change to Washington D.C. And that's something that you've never seen in Washington.
It's a high
DC.
quality
We're gonna
game.
Transform the entire.
But
map.
there's just
We're
something about it
thinking
that
about
does
in
not
a
fucking
very
hold me.
different way, with innovations that haven't been seen yet. There's a focus on this to make it such a different feeling experience.
I
from
couldn't
the
even tell you
core
what it
Division
is.
2 experience. I think we've got something super promising here. Survivors is developed with Magnus Jensen, who
Yeah,
is
of course,
the
Astro.
original Division 1 creative director. So this is a guy who lives and breathes the Division. He's so excited about jumping into this type of game mode again. And there is a hint in the title of something that we're going to be doing really differently from everybody else. We always develop with a player in mind, with player types in mind. And I think here we
Does
have
get
to
repetitive.
acknowledge that the Division 2 has a large player base of passionate gamers.
Man,
and one of
repetitive
the
isn't
things
even-
that we want to do
I don't know
is
what my
really
issue is with it. It just never
into
clicked for me.
The sort of comfort game of the Division 2. People are happy to jump in, know their way around the controller, know their way around the map. They know how to play this game. So we're going to take that and subvert it a little bit and change the map and make sure that the weather has an impact on you, which it doesn't have in Division 2.
Division should be
there
a
are
single
lots of
player
little
game? Oh, I
things
don't know about
we're
all
doing
that.
to surprise our core audience. Veteran players, they're going to be surprised. All of these locations that they know by heart, they're going to be transformed. So the Division 3 is in production, right? This
Oh, there
is
you
not
go.
a
Division 3 is in
secret. It's
production?
been
Okay.
announced. It's shaping up to be a monster. I can't really say anything.
I actually
more
didn't know
than
that.
But this is within these walls in Massive. We are working extremely hard on something that I think will be as big an impact as Division 1 was. There's a team in Paris
I love that he
working on
says,
this,
like,
and
that's
they're putting
known.
the final
I didn't
touches
know that.
on a mobile execution of the promise of Division 1. So Division 1, New York, pandemic strikes, take back New York. This is a brand new story with mechanics
mobile?
that are really fine-tuned to a mobile phone. Graphically, this looks like a PS5. You may have seen the adverts for it. It looks
Okay.
phenomenal. Really
Okay.
good. It plays
Fucking
really
relax.
good. And it has a few innovations. You know, the Dark Zone, this area of atypical PvP.
It
is
looks
an
like a
area where,
PS5. All
much like other games today, popular games today, you could walk around, you could hear gunshots, go over there, there'd be another agent. You'd approach cautiously, feel each other out. and
PS5
decide
from
whether
where?
to partner
AliExpress? Yeah.
Or to actually engage in PvP. The whole of the Resurgence map is friendly to other
maybe a
agents.
Play System
So
5, right,
you'll
from Team
hear
U.
gunshots on a corner. You won't need to be in the Dark Zone. It could be anywhere, and you can group with those people. So PvP
Bro,
is
shout
off
out
by
Division
default,
Heartland, man. That
but
game was going to be
being
fun.
able to group up and to see other agents in the streets, that's never been done in a Division game before, let alone a mobile game.
Okay. Sorry, I'm falling asleep. My bad. All right. What is this? Whoa. Alpha response. Oh, this is the Counter-Strike creators game, right? Fight crime. They're censoring chat so hard. Wait, what chat? The one on the show? Yeah, this looks very old school, yeah. That audio. Drive vehicles. Bro, it does got some hardline vibes, huh? Bro, the fucking sound is peaking. Oh yeah, last man sitting or whatever. I've genuinely seen free games with more polish, like way more. Well, I mean, that's not fair though. There's a cost associated with free-to-play games. Just,
Last Man Sitting
gotta say
is
that.
a game where you blast through the environment mounted on an office chair.
This game's out?
So you're always on an office chair, and you also have a freaking gun. So movement-wise, it sort of feels a bit like you're skating, but it's also most definitely a shooter.
And you guys also described the game as a battle royale. So does it lean BR? Is it more shooter? Is it a mix of both? How's that go?
So many years ago, during early like prototypes of the game, it was a battle royale game, and it sort of went viral.
Alpha response needs a lot of polish. Oh, for sure.
Based on some short videos of the game.
I'd rather go to work than watch the rest of this.
Like,
all right, well, talk to you later,
developed the game
Rocket.
more, we found that we wanted to gravitate away from that a bit. So we saw some limitations with the battle royale gameplay. Eventually, the game became more like more of a 4-player chaotic PvP shooter, more like a shooter version of Super Smash Bros., which is like one of our favorite games at the office. There's like different maps. There's different modes also. We worked on the PvP mode. We also made a PvE mode, which is more like maybe best compared to Swarm survival games. So it's more like a lightly narrated story where you go up against your manager and you like go up in the floors of an office building. You have to survive for a certain amount of time. There's more and more enemies coming that become more numerous and more ridiculous as time goes by. There's mini bosses, there's main bosses, and you level up, you get power-ups. And this is where like you can get even more power-ups when playing the PvE game mode. So that's when it gets really ridiculous.
Okay.
Then you can unlock, of course, new weapons, new characters, new abilities. You can upgrade your chair, so you can.
That was one of my questions. So
we looked a lot at this like early 2000s aesthetic, which we thought was like really cool, especially like when we started designing the user interface. We felt like, you know, what if the whole user interface just felt like Windows Millennium Edition or Windows XP, and you have you know that those little square windows, and you have the font that we all remember. So eventually the game sort of became more of this like 2000s nostalgia type game. We also have a lot of
why does he have a
like
green screen gaming
players
setup?
at
I don't
the
know. I've
office.
noticed a lot of the devs
That's
do the
definitely
green
something that
screen
I
weird
think has
blur
had
thing behind him. It's
imprint on the
strange.
game as well. Imagine it's 2002 and you're listening to punk music and you're playing on your Windows XP computer.
Cool. We get
that's
like we
sort
get
of the
it.
feeling that we want the game to have.
Sick. Now we can listen to them talk about it, right? Oh no, there's a third game. Okay. What the fuck is this? Oh, cool. Instantly reminds me of Crossout. Oh, this is cool. Raiders of Sophie launches March 2026. Sand? I feel like we've seen a trailer for it, but
the Division interview. Of course, we weren't able to get a ton of new information, but they are working on a lot of different projects right now.
I don't know if I've ever talked to anyone else who has 26 years at a single company.
Apparently the playtest was awful.
Talking to him, he was. I was doing a bit of glazing because everything he said felt like a storytelling experience. And so we're talking about Survivors, and this is the kind of redone version of Division 1's original Survival. And so it's a snowstorm impacted, weather hit Washington, D.C. And it's what he kind of also alluded to as like one of the original extraction shooter-esque like games. But yeah, you have to fight for survival out and weather the elements. He says it's really, really shaping up. And also original players of Survival are going to experience, he couldn't tell me everything, but they're going to get to experience, you know, remastered things and things that are updated from the original that they did want, but he couldn't tell me too much as to what it was, besides that it's really shaping up and it's really interesting. And both new coming players, you don't have to play Division or Division 2 to stumble across this and love it just as much.
I think with the success, obviously, of games like Arc Raiders right now, you even mentioned that, it's an interesting conversation around, do you try to chase those things and copy stuff, or not even copy, but take inspiration from it, or are you having to come up with your own ideas that you've been working on for 10 years or however long? It's just interesting how they've been working on this for a long time, and now there's a mega popular.
Oh yeah, I just noticed. Yeah, they're sitting on pillows on the couch.
He said it a lot more eloquently than I can ever represent it as. But you know, he realizes it's probably a mix of things. Like a lot of other games are doing extraction shooters with certain things here, but they've also had an image of where they want to be and where they want to go for quite some time now. And now they're finally getting to breathe that into existence slowly.
They also talked a little bit about Division 3, which. When I say a little bit, I mean like a little bit.
He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. Julian said this. He said, "It's shaping up to be a monster." And I said, I'm gonna clip that, Julian. Thank you very much.
I would say a highly anticipated game that they can't share a lot about, but we were excited just to hear that it's a monster as much as people love these other games. Next up, we had Alpha Response coming from Min Lee.
For anyone who doesn't know Min Lee, the original creator of Counter-Strike, I love this guy. We've had the chance to meet him on a couple occasions, also sit down and talk with him. He went to his first Counter-Strike major this past year. It was an incredibly rare experience to see like such a notorious dev get to see what his game has truly become, and he was there since the very, very beginning. And then to see like an esport develop out of it was crazy. Not to go on too much of a tangent, but he still has that shooter DNA in him, and so this is kind of a mission-based.
Yeah, I've spoken to him on LinkedIn a few times in the past.
As law enforcement, but the goal is to complete a series of missions. And yeah, definitely remains true to the whole shooter Gooseman DNA.
It looks like Counter-Strike meets Payday, but you're the good guy. I mean, you're the law enforcement.
Then, speaking of Counter-Strike, we talked to a guy who
Net
was highly
customization
inspired by Counter-Strike, which is so cool to me to have in the showcase. So, like, we have the OG who made this game, then we have a guy who's inspired by that guy.
Okay.
This was Last Man Sitting.
It's so ridiculous, and I love it.
We need games like this.
It feels like a mixture of like Tony Hawk's Skater Pro, but
why is the door in the background so thin? I'm gonna look at it.
Hold on. Weapons.
and give them some guns. Why not?
The clips are going to be insane.
I haven't even noticed a door.
You're going to see some wild stuff come out of this game. The things people are going to be doing.
And they're still working on a lot when it comes to PvP versus PvE, but at the core base of it, they want it to be PvP based.
What
it's going to be a
that?
round-based game, and so I believe 4 players, so super competitive lobbies. But I think you can
also a chaotic shoot.
Very, very chaotic, and it progresses round by round. So their unique feature in competitive balancing is it's the first player to win 5 rounds. But
Slenderman's
if you lose a
room?
round,
Yeah, why is
you
that
get a
door
power-up.
so
So you get
thin?
an ability, and that is their way to
What is this? A door for ants?
You can even upgrade your chair.
Yeah, so by
What
the end,
the fuck?
which you can, and by the end, it's going to be pretty hectic because, of course, if everyone's taking their turns and winning 3 rounds,
Yeah,
4
the guy in
rounds,
the middle
whatever,
does not
by the
look
end, you're all
comfortable.
going to be super OP, and so the ultimate goal is to win that 5th round. You're going to have to beat some pretty high-powered people.
Yeah, we need a door
My favorite
cam.
part
Yeah.
of the interview is hearing him say, we're inspired by Counter-Strike, Super Smash Bros,
Yeah.
the Call of Duty era. He just wanted to see people 360 no-scope others and like made a game out
In
of
an
it.
office chair.
And if you see the trailer, you'll see the agents or the characters, and you'll be like, "Oh, that looks like
Might be a
Counter-Strike." And he'll say,
closet
"Yep,
door?
that was kind of." We're all big.
You just know
Counter-Strike
he
fans.
grew up
I
on the
mean,
quick scope
maybe.
montages, 360 trick shots.
Well, and I love the idea of like they're sitting brainstorming the game, and he's like, I want to make a shooter, but what's our unique spin on it?
Wait a second.
Guys, get in here. You're never going to believe this. You might want to sit down.
It'll make sense.
Then finally, in that section, we had Sand Raiders of Sophie. The developer is Hollygriff as well as Tower House.
Right.
But the publisher is Tiny Build, who we're all very familiar with.
Could be a little
This is
pantry,
co-op action
maybe.
Adventure. You're in a desert world. Honestly, it reminded me of another. I don't remember it. They were like sailing in the desert in some other game. But this, my favorite part about this is that you could see them building your ship. That you're then like traversing the desert
It's
and
kind of like a
fighting
base
people.
building.
Yeah.
Green screen
That kinda
background.
reminded
Yeah,
me of Sea
maybe.
of Thieves meets Base Builder.
Oh, wait, I think
where
it might
you're
be.
like, yeah, you're building your own
Rust.
ship. Yeah, it's very cool.
Rust on legs.
There's also normal gunplay too, as well, though, which I found. At first, I was like, "Oh, it looks cool," but then I saw they were like normal.
I'm
guns, too,
investigating.
so.
I like it's a new concept. I feel like where they were probably, I have to assume, fans of Rust or fans of different types of games. They're like, okay, what if we make a moving base in the desert, and then you can explode people's bases? Or I'm curious. We didn't see it in the trailer. I'm curious if you can raid other people's bases.
I'm pretty sure you.
That'd be the coolest part. If you raid their
like jump
base.
off of yours.
Pretty sure you can take other people's bases. I'm pretty sure.
The house is rented, I bet. Yeah. Oh my fucking
Next up,
God,
we have a
man.
section that a couple of us are definitely going to be very excited about. This is the 25th year that Jagex has been making RuneScape at this point, which is extremely impressive. I know Jake and I have been playing it our entire lives. We've got old school RuneScape, we've got RuneScape 3, and we have Dragon Wilds.
The Trinity!
Right, so 3 games, massive games that have been around for a long time. A lot of people have heard of.
I think we should just give the room to Jake.
I love it here. This
Use
is
the
my
bathroom real quick.
This is my favorite part for all you RuneScape fans.
When we all arrived here, the first thing I saw was Jake on his laptop and RuneScape was pulled up next to Twitter.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Did you see how Hunter has like a side monitor just?
He does this.
Really? I didn't know that. That's
35
These
more
guys
minutes.
are real.
God, I hope so.
Yeah.
I'm north of 1800 now.
Is that Luke Stevens? Yes,
I
he's
knew
part
that.
of
That's
it.
why
Yeah.
I didn't want to answer because I knew you were gonna lead into it. Anyway, Jagex has given us a variety of exclusives across all 3 games.
Cool.
We're super happy to talk about
Let's
it.
fucking
They've
get
done
into
a
it
lot
then.
of very impressive things over the past year, I would say. They did Varlamore with Jake's favorite, the Gemstone Crab, just AFK there. It's awesome. Has the Delve with Doom. They have the
Gridmaster.
The Gridmaster this year, which was super fun. I played that one. They also added Sailing most recently, which is the first new skill ever in old school RuneScape. Had a lot of back and forth. My favorite part about it is the fact that they listened to the community a lot with the release of it. The exclusive they gave us was
It's so
this
crazy
new
that this game is
logo
still,
reveal
like,
for the
doing
next
what it's
league
doing.
Season.
How's it hanging, y'all? You know what? I'm about to kick the chair out, Wags. You know how it is. Rock, I'll talk to you later, brother.
So that was League 6 Demonic Packs. We don't know much more past that. Obviously, Leagues is a lot of fun and probably the most engaging time periods of RuneScape. I think you see player peaks every time. So I imagine a lot of those WoW players are going to come back and be a part of that. Outside of that, RuneScape 3 was also in the news a lot this year.
For a variety of reasons. One of the biggest ones being they removed the biggest monetization methods they had in the game, which was widely talked about and has been for probably next to a decade. You know, obviously in the MMO genre, you have to make money to sustain such big games and big servers for a reason and to keep these updates coming. They're not small teams. And so it was that community battle of like, we need monetization, but at what point is it too much monetization? And they finally reached that breaking point.
I think we also have some reveals of some of the areas they're revamping, which is very cool. They're trying to declutter the entire world because right now the game, if you, as an old school player, log on, you're probably like, what is going on? Most of the time. So that's very cool. They also gave us the image of their anniversary cape, which looks fire.
Isn't that beautiful? And I actually have one behind me.
This is Jake's Avengers Endgame.
Oh, man.
And then finally, we also had Dragon Wilds, which is a game that we are very excited about.
Another incredible game.
We are big fans of those types of games. Valheim, we spent a ton of time on. So when RuneScape announced this, we were super stoked personally and played it. They're in early access, but they talk a lot about their 1.0 release and everything that's coming.
Cool.
For those unaware, Dragon Wilds is the survival game inspired by RuneScape. And so being a big survival game guy and my love for RuneScape, it was kind of the mixing of both worlds. So Dragon Wilds was always going to be a big thing for me. And as you said, it is early access, still developing. They are aiming for that full release though. It's still a great game and getting better and better.
If you like games like Valheim or Enshrouded, I would say this is the kind of game
100%.
You would like to play because it's just like that. You can spend a ton of time building your house and making it
Rymel, have a good evening.
Better.
Take
and
care.
They're also adding iconic RuneScape things. Again, we talked about that with like the cube. It's cool to see a world you already love in another format.
The fresh twist.
Yeah.
She doesn't give a fuck about RuneScape, dude. She does not care.
The game that RuneScape players will recognize. New skills come out at each time. So fishing, prayer, agility. You're gonna get mithril armor, rune armor coming out. There's 3 new regions next year coming with the 1.0 update, like over time. And then we got the first look at Dowden Reach, which is their next region. You're gonna recognize these Black Knights, which look a lot scarier than from,
Dude, he's not gonna make it
from RuneScape. If this is the Black Knight's fortress, it looks absolutely incredible.
Incredible.
You think it's gonna be a lot of fun? Right.
I don't know if I'm gonna continue after this segment.
You guys have heard me and Jake talk way too much about this. We also have a message from a couple of creators that you might recognize from the RuneScape community.
RuneScape and Jagex has just turned 25 years
Bodhi.
old. And the recent year has actually been incredible. Cool. And what is to come over the course of 2026 and beyond is something that, as a player myself of RuneScape for 23 years, I am so excited. I mean, I think the game right now, old school RuneScape, is in the best place it's ever been. But Jagex as a company is turning into potentially being the best they have ever actually been. In 2025, over old school RuneScape, we didn't just have many different pieces of content, such as sailing, Balamar, Royal Titans, a duo boss that came to the game. We actually also hit an all-time high player count since the game actually released over a decade ago. That is crazy. It's absolutely incredible. But that is not the end. We still have 2026 to come, and the things that are coming in 2026 are going to be crazy. We have the Blood Moon Rises. We'll be getting more info at the Winter Summit. The finale, potentially, of the Mauritania questline. Personally, the thing that I am the second most excited for, behind Raids 4. Now, Raids 4, I know nothing about right now, so I can't really say much, but that is the thing I am the most excited for and have been the most excited for years to come, as of right now. And if that is not everything, we have Leagues 6. And I know one thing about League 6, and that is League 6, Demonic Pacts.
Cool.
All I can say. That's all I know right now. But League 6 will be coming most likely in Q4 of 2026. Can't fact check that. I do not know. But that means League 6 may contain Blood Moon Rises and Raids 4 inside of whatever League 6 is going to be. And that is going to be incredible. As for RuneScape 3, I'm not a huge player or ambassador of RuneScape 3. I am more on the old school side. But there is a massive update that occurred earlier on that I was able to get behind. And so did all of the old school RuneScape community and basically anybody inside the community. And that was the removal of a microtransaction called Treasure Hunter. And finally, RuneScape Dragon Wilds. I played it when it first came out with Ashenvale, I believe it was called. And in the most recent expansion, Fell Hollow, I recently have played that one as well, and I have completed it. And Dragon Wilds is a game where it's not even fully released. But when I say that, 2026, Dragon Wilds will be fully released to everybody, completely done. But you can play it now. You will only just get the first 2 expansions. And the first 2 expansions as a standalone game is incredible.
Wild.
I cannot wait to see the expansion to the entire thing when we get the entire world, the entire universe of what's going on there. So far, the gameplay is incredible. Whoever's working behind that team, honestly, I feel Dragon Wilds, when it's released later this year, I don't know when, again, it's going to be a masterpiece when it's fully done. When you can start a new character, go through Ashenvale, go through Fell Hollow, and then go through the next 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, whatever level of different realms there's going to be. But you can still play it now, early, and you can play the expansions as they release. Right now, we have Ashenvale, we have Fell Hollow, and we will be getting another expansion fairly soon into 2026, and that will be the release of the Mithril, and I think the Fishing Skill.
What
Honestly,
are we
Jagex,
doing here?
25-year anniversary. The game,
I just watched a
everything,
RuneScape video, man.
It's looking good,
What
and I'm very, very excited
fuck
for the
are we
future.
doing?
And if you guys haven't yet, make sure to go play RuneScape, one of the greatest games of all time.
All right.
Next up, we have a group of 4 games, that being Darklight Survivor coming from Mirai & Co., Tape 101 coming from Serversa, and Unawake from Reality Art Studio, Nested Lands from 1M Bits Horde.
I'm dying. This is crazy pace. I saw it was going to be a 3-hour show. And I was like, man, that seems like a lot of games. No. No. And granted, the games they're showing are actually pretty cool for the most part, you know? Let's repeat the same thing we just said. Yeah, that was real, dude. The yap is, it's got to be a 50-50, right? Like the amount of post-announcement yapping, it's got to be 50-50, right? This does look cool. That's what I mean. Like the games they're showing are actually pretty dope. That frame rate dips. Oof. Okay, am I looking at one game here? Because it looked like one of the shots they were in like a supermarket and it was like pixel art. Top down, we can jump. Like what is this game? Dark Light Survivor. That looked like I saw like two different games. That was interesting.
Bring out your dead.
Okay.
Bring out your dead.
Well. Wait, what?
You smell like shite.
Dev's previous game was a Metroidvania. Got you. Okay. You can change the art style? Interesting. You don't see that very often. Okay.
Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead.
Okay. I don't know how I feel about that one. back rooms? Okay.
For eternity, I struggled to become an aspect of courage, freedom, and honor. So much for the glory of angels. Let it in. Let it burn your flesh.
Yeah, is that AI?
Let it burn your soul.
Unawake. That's what I wish I was right now. Reality Arts. Okay.
First up, we saw Darklight Survivor. Maybe one of the games we've seen that kind of blew our mind a little bit. You had top-down, you had third person.
Oh my god.
And something else.
Oh, the instantaneous switch, of course, between top-down and third person, but then the pixel art, being able to instantaneously
adapt to.
That's
it's
insane.
really, really sick.
Yeah, combining both those features, because you said it and I was like, wait, is that what it's doing? I had to.
Yeah, you can sort of like just toggle it.
Yeah, that was interesting.
That's such a crazy.
My understanding.
Such a crazy feature.
So it's a game like a roguelike game.
Yeah.
And a little bit kind of like Vampire Survivors in the style of Megabunk. So you can either have the top-down view, first-person view, whatever you prefer, and you swap all the time. Sick.
I think it's interesting to think about the strategy element of that probably that comes into play, like when you're fighting certain things.
Yeah, maybe some
Maybe if
bosses.
you're seeing
It's
a
useful
boss
to
Because
that
on
way.
the surface, it seems like it's just like it's a personal preference thing, but it might actually have its place in like the gameplay loop. Like if you're in a certain situation, I should go top down.
Or maybe depending the skill that you use.
Yeah, because you may think that it's just like a gimmick for a different viewpoint or filter or whatever, but the idea that you can use it tactically as a
tapped out
gameplay
mentally,
mechanic too is really cool.
Aiming for early access in late Q1 of 2026. They already
Kev,
have
what
a
up,
demo
bro?
out that a lot of people have played, and we've said this a lot of times. One of my favorite parts about these devs already is that they have listened to their players who have played the demo. They made it a point to tell us, like, we've made 6 patches in the demo based on player feedback, and I think that's super important, especially for a game that looks as good as this, because it can be a lot of fun. You know, roguelike survival with mechanics we've never seen before, as far as I'm aware, so it should be fun. Next up, we had Tape 101, a game that's probably too scary for Jake to play. If I had to,
I had to literally cradle him while we were watching that. I thought he was gonna.
All of these things are true. Yeah, you guys know me so well.
What I appreciated about it is it's not a jump scare game.
Yeah, they've stressed they don't want to do jump scares. It's specifically psychological mind melty, unnerving horror.
You will not have jump scares, but you have nightmares.
You know, the thing is, that sounds like something that a developer of a game that has jump scares in it would say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no jump scares.
Yeah, there's.
You said they sound like my chat anytime I play a scary game.
No, I feel like you just have trust issues because of unresolved problems.
You're 20 hours in, that's when you're gonna finally see the jump scare, and it's gonna be one big gotcha.
Honestly, I would kind of respect them for doing that.
That would be awesome. I was definitely unnerved by just the music, whatever's going on in the background. They did a great job.
But there's cool little twists to the background too,
It kind of
right?
feels at times that you're also hallucinating because of like the camera.
Well,
angle.
it's like video camera, and
Yeah.
you were in an RC car during certain points, like exploring it. We had nested lands as well. It's a village in survival, like village management and survival type of game. Where
man,
obviously
it's all
very
good, it's all
medieval. A lot of, I mean, what was the last shot? Like throwing bodies on a fire?
Yeah. Bring out your dad. I will say, I love management games. I love management games and sim games, village management sim games. Like this is right up my alley.
This feels like Manor Lords meets survival. So it has a different viewpoint, and you got to take care of not just yourself, but everyone around you.
If you don't, your entire village is just gonna be.
Yeah, they even show the burning bodies. Like, yeah, sorry, lost some of your peeps.
Yep.
Better make
Done.
better decisions.
What I liked was seeing the blend of like, obviously you're playing as this person, and you have to survive. And he was like hunting stuff and
I'm
like
gonna,
that. But
I'm
I
gonna
imagine
tap
you're
out
also
soon,
recruiting
guys.
people for
We'll
your
see what the
settlement.
next set of
As,
games
like,
are,
the
and if
king,
it's
and then you
nothing
have
I
to,
care
like,
about, I'm out.
recruit and
Is the show
build
going
out a
out?
village.
This is fucking
Initially, it may
ridiculous,
start
man.
with you doing the micromanagement, but you eventually can assign villagers to go do the forage, go
Kind of like
hunting.
in Power World, how your pals become
Exactly.
your workers without a wage.
Exactly.
All right, this is fucking ridiculous. man.
Exactly. Yeah.
Let's see what the
Then
chat
finally
says.
We had Unawake, a game, a first-person action game, mixed kind of a.
The only
a
bad
little
thing
bit
is
of
the yap
fantasy.
sessions.
You're battling hordes with melee, ranged weapons. It's hack and slash. It's roguelike. Looks like kind of like a Doom Skyrim to me.
I mean, honestly,
like that
the
description.
art direction was beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, those environments, you see them, and it's just.
It's very pretty.
No, but something about it, I don't even know if I have a comparison. For
6.5K
some reason, in the back
viewers
of
is
my
good
mind,
for
this
a new
probably won't
showcase
make.
event. They're doing
Mordor-esque,
good. They're pulling good
It
numbers.
just looks really good.
Yeah, Mordor.
Stop
Very dark
yapping.
version of Mordor, but
The atmosphere.
Yeah, that's
That's like
A bummer version of hell.
Some notes they gave us: expected to launch early access late 2026 as well. They are designing the game to be moddable after release, which I think is really cool. People
Too
who like
much yap,
Path
the
of Exile,
Council
they
of
specifically
Yap.
called out it's
Oh,
a central skill and stat tree that is similar to Path of Exile, but more approachable. So,
So
it's not going to break
expect
it.
a skill forest instead of a skill tree.
Skill Force, lots of complexity, lots of interlocking skills, layers of progression.
So I think a lot of it's going to be a game for people who really like their builds of things and like, okay, how can I specialize in this?
oh, dude, I'm doing this all day. Just
Did you know that
Do that for me one more time. Just show me the yeah.
and then the double sword grab they were doing. And the fact it's moddable, I would love to see the direction that goes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, there's so much potential. You could have modders come in, do additional levels, boss fights, romance. Unironically, you could add that if you wanted. Like, lots of potential.
I think it's the world is too dark for that stuff.
Well, with that attitude, yeah. But maybe with romance, it wouldn't be so dark.
Love can exist anywhere.
A mod could brighten the world up a little bit.
Next up, we have a very exciting segment where we actually got to sit down with the executive producer over all of the Warhammer 40K series, as I understand it, Anatoly Shestov.
I will accept this. I will remain.
My enemies from within.
Okay. Okay.
My enemies from without. My enemies from beyond.
Okay.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it. Just imagine the true Warhammerish stories where no choices are good, but you don't have an option to go away. You need to get your hands dirty, and it's just a matter of how precisely you will achieve this. One of the most significant changes that any player would experience compared to the rogue trader would be more stakes, more value in a
So is this like an RPG?
in any environment that you're playing with. The covers, the line of sights, we read how they are calculated, how they are working, and how much benefit they providing to the party. So it's basically would be more playing around the environment. We abandoned the step up mechanics. So if you're ending your turn behind some wall, you are behind some wall. There won't be like one circle around you that allows you to step up of this cover and to shoot at anything. If you so the place where you start your turn, the place where you're ending your turn would be more significant. Other thing is role-playing model. There are way more roles being made inside the combat. Lots of the things making you roll something, lots of the things make your opponents roll something. So it's not just your weapon skill or ballistic skill. It's way more significant influence of the role-playing choices that you've made previously. Almost all of the combats in the game.
Yeah, same here, Xbox Nation. Yep.
Alternative ways to finish them. Not just killing all of your enemies. We are allowing player to target specific parts of the body of the enemies, and by doing this we're allowing to make your opponent lose an option to move or lose an option to use abilities. There are different ways how you can tactically approach your desire, your design of how to proceed with the combat. And of course there is a whole new subsystem that came on a change of the momentum. This is a morale system. Momentum was a party based, and you spend it to activate some heroic moments of your companions. For the Dark Heresy, we feel it need to be more intimate, more personal, and not just for your party. We are not just telling a story through the environment or the words of in a dialogue. No, we're actually making cases. We're actually making the culprits. We're actually collecting and interpreting evidence and discussing them with your retinue and analyzing them and making conclusions. There are some other mighty forces inside the scintilla because you're not playing in a vacuum and you need to struggle for power, but most of the time you are playing as a person in charge, as a person that have authority, and the person who need to make hard choices. One of the most significant ways of the influence of a story for Dark Heresy would be your decision of which case is more important. For example, there is under Spire slums, and this is a toxic waste, and the level of the toxic sea is growing. And if you're going there as a first place, there will be toxic waste somewhere nearby, and there will be people getting ready to be consumed by the toxic waste. But if you are going there late stage, there will be actual toxic sea, and you will be playing around, and there will be changes in the geometry, and changes in the combat encounters of how they are playing, changes in the narrative behind this, and changing based on the timings, how you decided how you approach this.
To venture forth into darkness and bring the light of the Emperor to the uncharted void. All must be cleansed in his name.
Is there anything you can tell us about like new factions, new notable characters, or iconic Warhammer 40k lore?
There would be trails, and I don't know, most iconic thing that you can potentially name and encounter as a rogue trader as a Treason. It would be some interesting takes on Astra Militarum. I won't share specifics not to spoil the fun, but it would be there. And there would be some brand new systems like augments ones. You will be able to replace some parts of your body with interesting pieces of Imperium technology. There would be some elaboration on a story of the world behind the main road of the Inquisitor Calcasar's shenanigans. Let's say it like this. It would be some interesting dive on a past of the von Valancius dynasty, even further than Theodora. There would be some new takes on how dangerous wildlife can be. Other thing that definitely we will provide for the player is some vaults, the Treason vaults, some collections of pretty wild things being gathered by this Necron. Of course, this is a Rogue Trader story, and Rogue Trader is kind of part of his void ship, so there would be some expanding of the void ship, some new places to visit, some old places to revisit. It would be new companion with a whole set of unique mechanics inside it. It would be the general system of augmentations provided to the players. So if you always wanted to replace the links of the Heinrichs with some like
this time is done, bro. I didn't even bring my phone. I was like, fuck it.
Iron Hands from the Biomancy, but the real Iron Hands. Yes, that's an option.
Oh
it's the first
my
DLC
God, bro.
that allows us to expand the late game parts of the Rogue Trader.
Hey.
And expand it not mechanically, but expand it in a 100%.
Could you give your own commentary? Wait, what are you talking about? What's there to talk about?
Talk about the new DLC for Rogue
I got
Trader.
back at the perfect
Actually, I'm gonna
time.
interrupt you. Can you tell people generally, basic bitches like Jake, can you explain Warhammer 40K as general? Like what's the playthrough about?
We actually asked Anatoly to describe all of this for people not familiar with Warhammer, and this is how he described it.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one
You're
more
a streamer,
day
you gotta
before
talk, man.
grounding to dust.
There's nothing to talk
That's
about.
basically how I would describe it.
There's really nothing to talk about.
There's a new companion, and there's also, this companion has unique mechanics, and
They're also doing things like new environments. They're revisiting previous environments and then overhauling them. They're altering and they're changing, not to get too specific, but they're changing things about the late game to extend that roadway. This DLC alone offers 12 to 15 hours of additional content. Like, there's a lot of meat on the bone.
so I'm very happy. I was extremely happy when he said that, yes, this game is going to be
The RuneScape section was hilarious. Bro, I had to leave.
And I'm really excited because it helps people to, have like this depth and this, to understand how the characters really feel, especially in the world that's so heavy and difficult.
Dark even at times. But to be clear, Dark Heresy is not, it's not like a sequel to Rogue Trader. It's a separate system. It works different mechanically. There's different things going on, but my understanding, and speaking with Anatoly, was that it's going to be a very narrative focus. That's the primary concern. Not that Rogue Trader was not a focus, but that's where a lot of the effort is going with the voiced cast throughout the entire thing and many other aspects of it. The narrative is like the central.
A 40K anime, that would be dope. That would be fucking wild, actually.
Was you can target any enemies.
I'm actually surprised that hasn't been done already.
To sever them during fight.
That was the coolest part that I'd seen.
So it's really nice because if they have like a they're very fast. So you want to target their legs to cripple them and so on. Not only that, but you know how sometimes you get into a very awkward situation where you're crushing the combat, and there is still that one guy that, in spite of all his friends being dead in the battlefield, he's still trying his best. That's not going to be really a thing. Enemies can surrender. They can run away. They can try to sometimes maybe even negotiate their way out of this, and it's up to you to decide what happens.
Yeah, hearing all those combat options was the coolest thing to hear him talk about. Like, you can render your opponent useless in whatever different limb you want to actually target, but you can also make them blind. There's so many different unique features to the combat where even when I was listening to talk about it, I was like, okay, wow, I've never played a game like this, but it sounds really intriguing.
Yeah, and it was just interesting to see Anatoly describe how the team wanted to revisit some of those things that are taken for granted in RPGs, like the concept of just an enemy. Well, you fight until all the enemies are dead, and that's it. But the team went back and was like, that doesn't like necessarily make sense. Like sometimes the guy would be like, you just blew his head off, you just exploded that guy.
Yeah.
I'm covered in John, you know, like I'm gonna run away now.
Yeah,
and that just makes sense.
I love that description he gave. Yeah, I love that one.
It's lovely.
So question for the group that I want to spin off of this. How do you play these games? Like, okay, now we know this critical system, you can blow their arm off, you can maim them.
How long are these sections, give or take? I don't know.
We know how she's gonna play it.
So the choice, like,
make it as miserable as possible.
Let me,
bro. I can't imagine, and I'm just gonna fucking say it. I can't imagine any of these creators sat here and watched the final cut of this show and went, man, 3.5 hours? That's a great pace. There is fucking no way, dude.
They
this
know
is
what
crazy.
they're doing when it comes to CRPGs. Like,
I've never seen anything like it.
Not to be messed with. They know what they're doing, and
we've roasted some shit.
Next up, a few games that I would consider kind of couch co-op games that I would have fun sitting and playing with people, like at a party or with my family. This is going to be Towerborn, coming from Stoic and Xbox
Luke Stevens
Game
is streaming
Studios.
it? Oh,
We
yeah,
have
I
Sprint
suppose,
City
eh?
from Double Dutch Games. These are the creators of Speedrunner and Dinch Attack, coming from Undercoders.
Yeah, they're like overhauling the whole thing. They really are. Yeah, Anatoly was super, super cool. We talked with him for like an hour. And like I told you, when we first booted up the call, he was like very calm and quiet and stoic. And I was like, oh no, does he like hate us? Is he pissed he's here? But the moment we asked him a question about Warhammer, he just went. And he would do like 10-minute answers. Super passionate, super cool guy. And executive producer of like all Warhammer stuff.
For that by finding like
Okay, I think that's cool. He's providing more commentary and clarity on it. That's fine.
Here. Well, what can I
You know, I
do,
get that.
with,
That's
with
cool.
my gear set in order to tweak things.
I just
or,
like, man,
is there different skills
like
that I
just
should pick
if
up
you're
for this
going
particular encounter,
if you're going into this like
be able to
I
go
want to see
dive
what
right
new
back
games
in.
are coming out. I
The
want to
player
see what a
is an
creator
ace, which is
ran
a deathless
showcase
defender of
looks like.
humanity, which
This is fucking
currently,
brutal.
sequestered away
The
on
games
the
are actually
Belfry,
pretty good.
which is McLaren's background over there. It's a
Holy
it's a
fuck,
tower
man.
that was set up for mysterious purposes, but turned out to be a pretty good haven for folks after the fall of their stronghold, the City of Numbers. The player is helping humanity as they can, getting refugees to safety, battling the beastkin that have risen and have become incredibly aggressive.
Well, the thing is I like this yap here because the devs are talking, we get the gameplay, we get more context. I like this format.
We wanted players to
But then we jump into them yapping about what they just yapped about. It's like, holy fucking shit, guys! Like, what are we doing?
Sort of system. And
Like,
so we've spent
it's just
a lot
I don't
of
know.
time over the last
I don't know, bro.
6 months or so.
I
taking a
disconnected
ton of
about an hour
feedback
ago, if
from
I'm
our
being
players
completely
to really kind of
honest with
hone
you.
that
That's
particular
crazy.
system. So players should be able to come in, pick one of the 4
I want to hear the
classes
devs
that
tell me
we
about their
have.
game. I don't want to hear you
They'll
guys
see a
tell me
whole
about
new
what the
set
devs
of-
just told
of
me.
Skills. They'll find a whole bunch of new equipment, and the idea should be that they should feel
No,
like
that's what I'm saying,
one
Mumbo,
of
yeah.
several heroes going in and just beating up a bunch of like awesome
I hate being negative about it too,
monsters
because
which
I
tend to
actually
add
like
new,
with
enemies,
with
new
refinement. I
lieutenants,
think
and
the
new
show could actually be
bosses. I
really
think
good.
People are gonna
But
feel
man, they killed the
quite
pacing.
quite the adventure as they go into the updated version of Towerborn. Stoic has always tried to be player first. When we decided to do early access for Towerborn, a lot of that was born out of we had a vision of trying to evolve the brawler into something bigger.
I actually
kind of
like the look of this game, too.
Before. You can see other games have taken different routes. You know, some have taken kind of the roguelite route, some stayed into the traditional. We wanted to kind of expand into more like the true action RPG. And in order to do that, early access was very, very important to figure out what was going to work and what wasn't. Simultaneously, we didn't want to be caught in early access limbo, right? Like, I'm sure this is the kind of things that you would love to talk about. I love to talk about them too. How do you not stay in early access for 7 years? Our intent and purpose was, we need to come out of early access solid, and there is a certain
if they cut out the yap and only included these dev interviews, it would work. I think the dev interviews work. I think some of them do go still too long.
A lot of people have said this.
You know, it's a showcase. This isn't a fucking podcast.
You're like, yes, it's new, but it's
a
not
3.5 hour
podcast. That some of these other things are. We have a good list
it's
of
fucking
things now.
nuts.
This is kind of
I like there's no ads.
We need to really
from what I've seen so far.
The best way we can deliver on that is just, you know, put your head down.
No sponsors.
Focus,
no, I will say there's no fluff like, you know, musical numbers and anything. I like that.
People should look at that and say like, oh, okay, I see why you did it. Absolutely was worth it. I can see a clear night and day difference between what is in live right now and what I am receiving when you go into the 1.0.
One of the big pieces was that folks were big fans of certain pieces of actual gear that you would earn through the game. But there was no cosmetic version of that, and so you had to make the choice of like, do I want to look good?
Sorry, I'm mute. I'm taking this down. And then what we do here too, you cut up the interview so that it's digestible in a showcase format, and then once it goes back, hey, if you guys want to hear the entire interview and check out this game, we have the entire interview uncut on the show or on the YouTube channel. Boom! Now you're putting content out, and we're not sitting here forever going. You know,
strength that we have, and we just kind of wanted to take a bit
play
of a
to your
breather.
strengths.
And we expected, perhaps incorrectly, that the community would see it for what it is and be okay with it. But it turned out a lot of people were like, "Wait, you have something very interesting in the background here."
See, dude, we got to make a show.
We actually
I'd be curious
really
to know
wanna
how
what's
much it
going
costs
on.
to
We
make
really
this
would like
show.
something more clearly leading us through, and so we've spent a very significant amount of time
I'm seeing
and
the format
resource
here.
to put a narrative from the jump, and so there's an arc now. There's a primary antagonist. You will understand that antagonist. You will confront that antagonist, and there will be resolution. And so
I'm seeing the format here. I feel like we could. I feel like we could do something like this.
Arc now in the game that players can look forward to.
We just don't have the marketing and the names attached to it like these guys do. Because like the transitions and stuff, the editing is good. It's just fucking long now. But I'm gonna be real. I don't think it would work for me, because I would have to sit here and talk and pretend that I care about what I'm looking at. You know what I mean? And stuff like this, I just don't, you know?
Hello, we're Undercoders, and in the studio based in
Cool
Barcelona.
art, but it's just
Recently,
not
we've
my
been
thing.
focused on developing 3D platformers, but our studio is heavily influenced by arcade classics, Japanese culture, and extreme sports games. And then
Krillin,
is our dream
I mean,
project.
obviously
A
I'm
step forward
talking
from the
about
studio,
jumping to
combining
like a
everything we
Red
love.
Bull ad or, you know, fucking Xbox Game Pass or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, clearly that's what I'm talking
In Dems
about.
Attack, you'll discover a not-so-distant future Japan in which local railways
They
have
said
been
next year will be more
abandoned and are now
streamlined.
used by
3.5
underground
hours
gangs
is
to
too long,
compete
and they
in
know
illegal
this. Yeah,
contests
100%.
of Turner
And
Format.
that's, you know,
you'll have to rack up points by
First-
chaining
for a
tricks,
first time,
explore huge levels, race against
it's
rival
fucking
crews,
annoying,
and uncover a
but
wild
like,
story
I
as
think
you
they could
travel
make
through
something
Japan,
really good
taking the
here.
railways
I do.
back.
I genuinely do.
We are making a game that is not just about what you do, but how you do it. It's expressive, stylish, and totally up to you. From our first trips in the late 90s, we've been obsessed by traveling across Japan by train and being able to dive into the local culture, getting to know the architecture, the landscapes, the folklore, and we're always captivated by the sheer contrast of their peaceful countryside and the high energy of its huge cities, which somehow feels connected and part of the same cultural rhythm. It's a never-ending source of inspiration that has been fueling our creative energy throughout all the years and has now materialized in Denure Time. On your adventure, you'll find a variety of challenges to move forward, from trip pack arenas to compete for high scores to objective-based exploration levels.
They really
and
like
even
trains
racing
and
circuits.
buses, yeah.
The world is packed with a bunch of unique characters from different gangs and personalities that you will have to face on your journey through Japan. And with every new challenge, you will grow as a Denure attacker and further add to the chaos. We've handcrafted every stage from the ground up, pulling from real-world locations to make every landscape different but recognizable. You will go really fast, but if you look closely, you'll catch references to every corner of Japanese culture.
You'll be fighting wild boss battles against gang leaders, which will test everything that you've learned.
Bro, this is some fucking
These are
wild
always full of
shit.
surprises. You'll never know what secret technique your rebel hides, so you'll have to get creative to overcome them with your train. They're a mix of spectacle, personality, and challenge that one could expect for an anime
today we're gonna take a look at this game here,
game.
and then it finishes. It's like, yeah, that one ain't for me, but you can see more here.
Is a love letter to anime, skate games, and Japan's iconic train system. If you like Jet
How do
Set
games
Radio,
like this keep
Tony
getting
Hawk, or
made?
Density
What's the
Go,
great thing about
you can't
art, you
miss
know?
this train.
Like we can sit
Unintended.
here and, you know,
Wish list now.
ha
We can
this
wait
and
to
talk
show you
shit here.
more.
This game is clearly just not made for us. The good thing about art is you can make whatever the hell you want with
Hey,
these
what's
engines
up?
now, right?
Welcome to Denure Time. It's the best game in the world.
There's going to be somebody out there that vibes with it, you know, and that's what it's all about.
Hello, hello. Wishlist now. Wishlist now. We can show. Wishlist now. We can't wait to show you more.
Okay. Oh, this looks cool. Bro, I'm so upset that the sequel to Ultimate Chicken Horse was not as good. People having fun making games are the games I want to... Yeah, no, that's what it's about, you know? I'm never really mad at it. I just like yapping sometimes. Sprint City.
Get your sprint on Q1 2026.
I talked to McLaren and Shayna, and they were awesome and very chatty about their game, and for all good reasons.
Fig,
They were
thank you for the
early
3
access
months,
game.
brother.
It's
Welcome in,
They
good to
want
see
to
you.
focus
Hold
more
on.
on the RPG side of things, but technically speaking, looter brawler, side scroller, like you said, meant to
Kind
be.
of like Castle Crashers.
Yeah, that is definitely the most common
It is
comparison
like
they get.
Castle
But
Crashers.
along those lines of couch co-op, you want to play with a buddy or play with whoever's next to you, and they are actually an early access game now going to full release. So this is their big update to justify the full release, but it was already definitely justified.
See, you cut it off there,
upon
and then
full
you
release,
show
we're
the
looking at
trailer.
170 plus
That's
missions.
it.
What they
That's
say
all
is
that
probably
needed
around
to be
20
done.
plus hours of content, and they also want to focus on these builds, which lead to an ultimate replayability.
It's all that
So
needed to be
there's also a
done.
difficulty bar they're going to be adding to all of this. They have a level that is going to be called, I believe, Brutal. And from what I'm being told, it will be extremely difficult, but the game is meant to be replayed plenty with you focusing on what builds you actually want as you play through it all.
There's definitely a huge market for co-op couch gaming right now in a world of like online multiplayer. I feel like that's kind of a lost art. You saw successive games like Split Fiction, stuff like that. So.
For those of you who are lonely without friends, I relate
Chat,
to
listen
you.
up. This is for you.
I actually played this game by myself every time I have played it,
Chat,
and
listen
I
up.
still had a blast.
There
and
you
for
go.
those who haven't checked out the original, with this big update though, also introducing a new biome. You have new bosses. The enemies you fight against have new styles of combat. So they are really introducing a full-fledged game that was already pretty fleshed out to begin with, but they're wanting people to be like, okay, this is technically a new game. So for those who are expected to stumble across this, you are getting a brand new side scroller with so much replayability.
Very cool.
It's another situation where they took a ton of feedback from early access.
Yes, heavily community focused. Again, we've said it many a times. A lot of these devs know how to listen to feedback because those are their diehards, and they have definitely done that.
Next up, we had Dinshatak.
I like Train.
I love these.
You tried to steal it from me, but I was taking that.
I love
Who
these
doesn't
guys.
like trains?
I love these guys.
I have my
This is my
family. That's all I
favorite
need for now.
Japan
All right,
inspired
Vin Diesel.
Ever.
I had seen this game before, but I didn't really understand what it even was. But now I understand what it is, the inspirations. Like, it makes sense. As weird as it is to say that an acrobatic train game makes sense to me, it makes sense now.
Yeah, because we were talking, what, like Temple...
That is a game for the new generation.
Like,
yes.
Temple Runner X, like TikTok.
Yeah, you see it's under a Joe Rogan clip on TikTok, like to keep people's attention.
But in the best of way, because also I love doing this kind of format because you see a different side of those devs. Like, they went out of their way to send us that stuff, and we get to see a different side of them, and to see and connect to the faces behind it and see their enthusiasm.
They're
kinda,
so fun.
Yeah.
How could they not make a fun game?
Yeah.
It's impossible.
The boss, the mecha train
The mecha
thing.
train
and, like,
boss is
what I-
sick.
And here's what I will say. I'm fucking muting this. I can't handle it. Kudos to these guys for, like I said, I don't know what the fuck went into this in terms of like a financial investment, but kudos to these guys for doing the organization to make sure all of these trailers get submitted on time, getting the editing together. I don't want to downplay how much work goes into something like this, right? These guys, credit to these guys, you know. I hope they, on the next one, just fucking... You know what it feels like? It feels like they made this from a streamer's perspective. You know, they're part of the show when in reality, everybody, and I think they should have known this, everybody wants them to take a backseat. You are here as hosts. You are not the main attraction, right? And I think that's something that they didn't fucking get on this one. And hopefully on the next one they do.
To me, Sprint City is the game that you are over at like a party. You know, it's like the Super Smash Bros. Effect.
Yes.
It's like we've played a round of Pong or something, and now we want to play a video game together. We're gonna go play this, and people are gonna get pissed, and Jake and Rob are gonna get in a fist fight probably. And like,
he doesn't want that. And who do you think's gonna win that fist fight?
We already had this.
Who do you think would win that? Just look at the size of the feet. Pretty close, aren't? Yeah.
Did you guys ever play Overcooked with your families?
Oh,
No. I feel like we're just watching five friends reacting to the show instead of animating it. Right.
It's the ultimate test of communication. In this case, my understanding is the game is much more competitive.
And here's what I will say too. I actually think their dynamic is okay. It's okay. Like, it's cringe at times, whatever. But to me, all of this in a post-show wrap-up would have went very hard. And for the people who are fans of all these people, that's where you put this, you know? That's the move. That's the fucking play. You can see it. You can see it. It's just...
Okay, now we have a set of beautiful games, in my opinion. This is going to be Eternal Life of Goldman from We Appy Studio and THQ Nordic. We have Dust Fade from Weird Beluga in Fireshine, and another Fireshine game with Pugstorm called Core Keeper.
Core Keeper is gas. Yeah. Core Keeper is... fucking great game.
What do you mean?
What?
What do you mean he
smashed? Twitch hates me today.
What's
wrong, Kev?
He fell from a great height.
Yeah, but he couldn't have... did he really die?
I imagine he was crushed to a pulp. Do you think they'll ever find his body?
Mom!
Okay. I was just making sure you were paying attention.
I know I'm streaming through Restream. Is there a way to... Is there, like, Twitter comments on live? Is that a thing we can see? I haven't seen it. I see 500 people watching on Twitter, but I'm confused on how that works. I don't really stream on X. Still all in on Sand, though. Sand did look cool. Yeah, why does this kind of look like Core Keeper, though? Wait, what the fuck is this? Why does this kind of look like Core Keeper? Is this Core Keeper 2? Or is this like an expansion for it? Five players, yeah. What the fuck is this? This looks like a sequel because the graphics are a little different. Core Keeper Void and Voltage. What the fuck is that? Well, I guess we'll have to wait for the Yap session to see. Interesting. The 28th? I love Core Keeper. I don't know why. That looked like better graphics than I remember Core Keeper having. Void and Voltage. What the fuck is that? Hold on, I'm looking it up. I love Core Keeper. Core Keeper, Void, and Voltage. Oh, it's a content update. Oh, yeah. Oh, very cool. New biome beyond the passage. Automation for the nation. A void sub-biome and more. Man, I don't know why. I thought those graphics looked better. Oh, apparently they announced this in November, at the end of November. Surprise! I didn't even know this. Oh, so this isn't even like new shit. Interesting. Interesting. Huh.
You can't turn back time, my star.
So we going back to it, start all over again?
Different, but
Shit.
You'll both be okay.
Yeah, probably. I fucking loved Core Keeper. Yeah. Should probably pick up Core Keeper one day. It is a good game. Down. I got the Baldur's Gate soundtrack stuck in my head. So nice to hop on and chill. There's nothing better than smoking a little bit of the ganj and just playing Core Keeper all night. There's nothing better.
First, we had
than it.
Eternal Life
So
of
good.
Goldman that we just watched that trailer.
It looks so good.
Art style is crazy.
I love
I'm gonna pick up BG3 when I get paid again. You and Fuzz will convince me.
Classic.
Red.
Classic animation.
It is fucking fantastic.
Cuphead, it's like Cuphead, Hollow Knight.
Yeah. Oh, and so they've had a previous trailer that was very unsettling because the narrative,
Yes.
the narration went from like comforting,
Happy, and then it got really
to like dark and scary. This one, it was much more.
I miss the murder
harder,
vibes.
but like it works. I'm so excited. I think it looks so good.
It's gonna be emotional. It seems like an emotional game.
Is the Winter
that,
Sale
like, people
done?
are gonna get
Oh, it
tied
is,
to.
eh?
Like you said, Hollow Knight. What was it? Celeste, sort of.
Yes.
Maybe a little bit. I mean, game of the year. I don't know.
Whoa.
As people like to say about any game.
Yeah, they have a free demo launching in February actually, so people can actually.
Yeah,
try
Red,
it.
if you're picking
I
up
love
Baldur's
the
Gate, play it with at
narration,
least
and
one
I
other
can't wait
person. It's up to
to
4
see
player.
More behind
It's fucking
We
awesome.
touched on it. I think it's one of those games that people will play because it's like a challenging platformer, side-scrolling type game, and then you're gonna be sobbing by the end.
Okay, let
Yeah,
me
it
hear
just
about. Tell me
seems
about
very,
Core
like,
Keeper
they
here.
tell you just enough to pique your interest. They don't tell you much in the trailer, and
And then they're
like,
gonna emotionally destroy.
yeah, and it seems
you.
very dark, and you're like, well, why?
And hopefully set you up perfect for a sequel.
Yeah. Oh, you never know.
Shank you. I think it's the announcement
as
of
well.
both. To be
Hand-drawn.
honest,
I don't even know how
I
you
think
do
they're
that.
announcing
How do you
both
hand-draw a
Fallout
game? That's
3 and New
Hopefully
Vegas
next year we
remasters.
have
people more talented than us. This is why we're sitting here, and
I'm like, where are the frames at? What do you?
That's one of the games that would be really cool to go do a dive on in the studio. Like,
I
I want to
Just to see, I want to see what
Call
how you did
us.
this.
We
Yes.
want to come and see.
We'll go.
Yeah,
We'll fly
Red
there, I
and
promise.
Blackout. If you guys are playing
next up,
it,
then we had,
stick with
Core
it.
Keeper,
The
a game that
entire game is
YouTubers
incredible.
are very familiar with. We have an update coming where you're going to be able to have a massive update with the Northern Biome on January 28th. There's a new boss. There's next-gen weapons and armor. Whole new
Flamethrower.
stuff.
Yeah. I play this a lot with my wife. It's just like one of our couple games.
Yep.
And
Couple
I
games.
I love it, and so seeing new content is crazy.
I played it a lot by myself.
Yeah.
I started playing it, and
It's
suddenly
a D&D
I had
type of-
over
it is
100
literally
hours in this
D&D.
game.
Yeah.
I wish I could show off my base.
Yeah, I thought I was
No,
doing
you don't,
well.
Blackout,
I
not at
mentioned
all.
it to Lua that I played Core Keeper, and I felt pretty good about where it was. And it's like, yeah, I have 100 hours, and I have this, and this. I'm like, okay, I'll just leave.
It's a great game. I had a lot of fun. It's one of these games you start, and suddenly you spent a week playing it.
You will lose yourself.
Yeah.
The other night, we stayed up till 1 a.m. playing it when we meant to play till 11, and it's just because.
It's good.
Yeah, it's just one more run through the mines. I'll be right back.
How would you like define this game to someone who hasn't seen it?
I mean, I would say it's Stardew Valley, kind of meets Terraria, but it's like procedurally generated, up to 8-player co-op, so you can play with all of your friends.
Oh, I didn't know it was
unless you
8-player.
have way more friends than me.
You follow
And
Hightail at all,
it's
Fry?
just every run is going to be
no,
different
not
'cause
really.
it's all based on seeds, so you can have different save files for different friends and pairings. It's really, really cool.
You can actually use your same character in different save files. So if you're playing by yourself or in your friend's server, you can use the same character, or you can make a new character for their server. So
Never beat
it's
any of the
kinda like
Fallouts.
you
I
can
played
visit
3,
their
New Vegas
home.
at 4, never beat a
And
single
boss
one.
fights. I
I'm
forgot
excited
about
because
boss fights
I
are
never
so
played
Stardew
New
Valley,
Vegas.
more combat focused, but also co-op and boss fights.
So different boss fights.
All right, I'm fucking. When New Vegas dropped, I remember I was going to pick it up. I think what did it drop? 2010, 2000. I can't remember. I was going to pick it up, and then a buddy of mine, actually 2 of my friends, they both ran into save file issues at the exact same spot. So it was apparently like globally, like it was just fucked. So I was like, okay, well I'll just wait until they get it patched out and fixed. And then I just never went back to it.
That is PS2 era. That's what was screaming at me.
Yeah, the Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah, and then there's boss fights.
Yeah, no. So I'm very much looking forward to a New Vegas remaster because I'll just jump in then, play that.
Well, you know, like
If
some
it's
games,
anything
you
like
see
what
the
they did to
gameplay-
Oblivion, yeah, give it to me.
Well, I was gonna say, like, you see some gameplay and you just like, you know, it's gonna feel good in the
Yeah,
hand.
you can tell by watching somebody else play that feels so
Yeah,
good. There's so
some-
much dopamine being
And then you
released.
actually play it and you get destroyed.
Yeah, and you're like, ah, not
Grand Theft Auto 4 is still better than just about 100% of this showcase. I'm not kidding. Nothing they've shown could come close to even GTA 4, which was released in 2008. Do you understand? And I don't want to be rude. Do you understand how outlandish that thinking logic is?
When the devs
Grand Theft Auto 4 Rockstar in 2008 is still bigger than probably 90% of studios today. Let's be real.
So I can call it a love letter because I know when they see it, they're going to feel the same way.
That's good. That's well said.
Next up, we have Shadow of the Road coming from Owlcat as well, with Another Angle Games being the dev. There is Starfinder from Epic Tellers, as well as Gallipoli from Black Mill Games.
Citizens of Nepon, a new dawn rises upon your land.
Yeah, Chad, I think I gotta call it.
We bring
This is fucking brutal. I've always heard New Vegas was the best one. Me too. Just never played it.
But our technology will protect your peace.
How much longer is it, dude? I don't know. I really don't know. I thought it was gonna be over by now.
On behalf of your glorious Emperor Mutsuhito.
Apparently, the last big game they're showing is Crimson Desert.
Together, we march into a brighter tomorrow. For peace. For progress. For the Empire.
Bro, what is going on in the United States of America right now?
This is Ricard Pillosu, and I am the co-founder at Epic Tellers Entertainment. I'm here to tell you about our first game, Starfinder Afterlife, licensed from Paizo.
We need some Red Dead. I am not playing Red Dead today.
Starfinder Afterlife, it's a party-based
I got plans
RPG
tonight.
in a universe that
We
mixes
still
technology
gotta figure out supper as well.
We focus on creating great storytelling inspired by movies like Guardians of the Galaxy or shows like Firefly.
Now, Starfinder Afterlife now on Kickstarter.
While in the game you will create your own character, in the demo you play as one of the companions, Sterling.
Okay.
So you give orders? Naughty.
You want to do Genos?
Thanks to the success of our Kickstarter, our game will have full voiceover. The dialogue system is the main way to introduce the player to the lore of the world.
Okay. have
If
some
you
hot
have the
goss.
sudden weird feeling of being naked, it's Lou. Her gaze is like an X-ray
Okay.
machine. By the looks on her face, she either thinks you're a joke, or it's her favorite song playing.
Okay.
That was our narrator, Roger Clark, known from the Red Dead Redemption series, giving the right space western
Wow, you
feeling
got
we were
Roger
looking
Clark?
for in the game.
Yeah, sorry to ruin happy hour for you.
That's
but
actually
I have
crazy.
Bad news about the big one and the runt. Don't worry. I promise not to say I told
That's
you
on
so.
Kickstarter?
Lou here is referring to Tycho and Co.
Interesting.
Our friends that
I thought you hopped on
after a
Red Dead
heist
too.
gone wrong, should
That's
meet us
crazy.
here. Lou seems to know something about them.
It sounded a
If
lot
you
like
push
Arthur.
Lou
I
about
thought
the
it kind of did
information
too,
she's
but
skipping,
like
she's going to be annoyed, and that
I just
will
didn't
lower
think they
your
would have
Google with
Roger
her
Clark.
and limit your potential romance options.
that feels like
Hold on, hotshot. I own the info.
that feels like an
I
expensive
choose
voice
how
actor
to
for an
deliver
indie
it.
game on Kickstarter. Am I crazy? Am I crazy?
All right. They were ambushed at Secubot offices. They knew they were coming, so now the odd couple needs our help. Happy now?
We start the combat right away. The security robots are looking for us and are waiting outside the bar.
Time for my close-up.
The game uses the battle-tested system of Pathfinder 2nd Edition with 3 actions per turn. Lou already starts in a very good place. She's a support character, so it's better for her to stay behind. She will use the ability Get Them to give a bonus to Sterling when he attacks a specific character. And
So
then
it still kind of looks like Pokemon Coliseum. I don't mind the art style. I guess for me, I'm just like knowing it's only on Kickstarter. I'm not.
Now for Sterling,
Like I
what
like
makes more
games
sense
like this. Don't get me
is to
wrong.
close our distance and use our energy weapon.
Let me open up their Kickstarter. Let me look here. What's this game called? Starlight.
For combat, we decided to stay
Wow,
away from
they
the
had
grid-based system
121,000
that gave the
Canadian
feeling of
gold.
a
They're at
tabletop simulator.
1.3. Oh, the Kickstarter's over. The project
And for my
successfully funded.
close-up.
You can still late pledge. Oh, okay. Huh. Party-based RPG featuring Starfinder 2E rule set. That's cool. They got 1.3 million Canadian. That's crazy.
This is it. The team is in full production to release the first 10 hours in early access for summer next year.
That's
We cannot
cool.
wait to show you more. Thanks for watching.
Shit, I might look into that. What is this? Gallipoli?
Gallipoli is a
Gallipoli.
hardcore multiplayer first-person shooter set in the Middle Eastern theater of World War One. It features authentic weapons.
Oh god, another World War One
factions that
shooter.
you play with 50-player servers. How we approach it is we have a unique blend of
Who's
arcade,
making this?
Where we don't compromise on is picking the locations. Those are always the actual battles. The weapons, the ones that were actually used, and uniforms that are as accurate as possible and plausibly used. It sets us apart there. We go quite
Black
deep on
Mill
the history.
Games.
But
Oh,
then
yeah,
again,
it's the
we're
same guys from
more accessible
Izonzo, yeah.
than say some of the
Okay.
military simulators.
Bro, I
easy
don't
to
I
jump
don't
into,
get this
games a
shit
bit
to be
more,
honest with you. I
approachable.
really don't.
So in that way, it sets it apart.
They release
from
so many
another subgenre
shooters
in
and
the
none of them
shooters,
have player
as
bases.
well.
I
If
don't
you
get
wield
it.
one of the rifles in the game, the bolt action rifles, you expect it to be one shot, one kill.
I don't
rest of the game is
understand
built
it.
around that premise. So yes, rifles are one shot kill, but then again, it must not be the case that somebody goes around the corner and kills an entire team within 1 second. So especially in multiplayer, the fairness concept must be adhered to. So everything's built sort of around making sure that the game feels fair, so that there's a balance between in the gunplay that needs to happen, as well as in the way we handle spawning and how quick you are back into the battle. You're very quick to be in combat here. There's other quirky weapons that are part of the arsenals, but these are accurate. They were used. We don't do experimental weapons. We try to stay as accurate as possible when we model them. The locations we picked, using some geodata, a lot of investigation on images, trying to puzzle together how it looked like when the battle took place. When you're under fire.
Izonzo, 152 players right now. 24-hour peak at 273.
It's quite elaborate. Not a lot of
Tannenberg has 8 players. 24-hour peak of 37.
Really dynamic based on what happens, and still fair.
Verdun, 43 people in game. 24-hour peak at 83. And now we have a 4th one coming. I don't get it.
You can now build stuff together. Part of the game mode will be that you are able to construct objectives and machine guns and other things together. It's kind of like our evolution of the game mode we had in Isonzo, taken to 11, where it's really, you fight over a certain area, and once it's captured, you have to construct things together, and then to.
These should have just been DLCs, right? Like I'm confused. I don't.
Guys,
that business model I never get, but I think they kill it.
Story tactical.
I think they do well.
In Japan, but also some like supernatural stuff going on.
Okay, so I actually played the demo for this game, and it was super fun. It felt kind of like XCOM meets like Samurai, but there were like very unique twists. The final fight in the demo is actually really sick. I hope you enjoy it. There was like cool mechanics, and I don't know. Give the demo a go.
Who's playing them?
Fun stuff. If you like the kind of like XCOM, tactical, maybe even a little bit.
So the most recent one was Izonzo, right?
Definitely check it out.
There's a late 2026 release for
the
this
reviews.
game.
They have over 8,000 reviews on Steam.
Someone who doesn't play these types of games,
which tells me they had decent sales.
Not the storyline, like the environment is cool. It's Japan with supernatural elements. Like you saw that big
Tannenberg, 5,000 reviews on Steam.
Like a trend now is like taking
Verdun.
Settings and combining
Verdun had like over 20,000 reviews on, or no, 18,000 reviews.
Sick stuff. There was a lot of exploration.
They sell.
Exploration is actually quite
it's
cool.
like people buy them and then don't play them. It's so fucking weird.
Then we had Starfinder coming from Epic Tellers. That's going to be in early access in 2026 as of right now, and the demo is actually going to be available soon during Steam Next Fest. So when this airs, that will be a month away.
So I actually got to talk with
the
devs.
There you go, Astro, yeah.
They were very happy that the Kickstarter was doing so well. They also got a very good
Definitely feeling called out. I mean, to each their own. It just, I don't know, it just feels weird.
I mean, being built off of Pathfinder, I think you said 2nd edition?
Yes.
You know there's going to be a lot of depth and complexity when it comes to combat, too. So, I mean, I can see why people are excited.
I'm not even saying the games are bad. Because they're not bad games. I think I played Isonzo, Tannen. I think I played all 3 of them.
I think is really cool. And as
but what happens is, it's just you play them for like a day, you know?
From Overwatch.
Yeah, so they put a lot of detail into those, which I can appreciate, even as someone who doesn't.
And funnily enough, this character that I mentioned, that's this larvae with this grub-like character with a grub, is actually voiced by the same VA as Asterion. So,
oh goodness.
Preach is also voice acted by Neil Bone, and he's also the director of the voice acting in this game.
That's crazy.
Then we had World War I Gallipoli as our final one. Jake got to do another interview here with someone who, I mean, I remember you saying during the interview, it felt like a high school lesson for you listening.
Yeah, it was awesome to talk to Josh, and he gave me a real quick pronunciation lesson, because luckily I got his name right, and I didn't get the name of the game right, because being from Iowa, I said Gallipoli.
That's what I just said.
It is pronounced Gallipoli. Long story short, Gallipoli is covering the Ottoman front, the Eastern front throughout all of this, and what you'll find with Black Mill Games is they always have realistic weaponry for the side they're covering and for the time being World War I, and they don't miss that here.
Well, the uniforms, there's so much attention to detail, and they even have some unique gameplay systems, like the suppression system, where
coolest thing.
It's basically like when the fire's coming in, like you'll start to struggle reloading and stuff.
I don't think I've ever seen, like, I'm sure, I don't know if it's been done or not, but I can't recall another game that's done that.
But it's so clever, because of course you'd struggle reloading when bullets are whizzing by.
What that does for your level of immersion is,
And just to remind you guys, this game, I think they do have a PvP focus, but they're also working on a single-player campaign.
Yeah, they want
That
to
would
do
be way more
justice
cool.
of telling stories of actual battles that did take place, and they're going to continue this string. Like, they're going to continue. I even asked them, like, what do you progress forward on as a studio? Like, he's like, well, we got a lot to do still for World War I. It was a big war, and it lasted a long time, and so they're not even done here. And luckily, they have found themselves a diehard audience that wants to see this story told, battle to battle, all encompassing the same.
I guess,
and it's such a fascinating way to be able to preserve that piece of history.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like in an interactive way where people can kind of go boots on the ground and see what it was like in a, of course, a gamified version.
What I really want is a
I think it
5v5
helps
one life
educate
per
a whole
round
new
hardcore
generation
tactical
on something
shooter.
that would
Yeah,
otherwise
me
kind of
too.
forgotten.
Like modern. Okay, this has got to be it.
Okay, now our final section we
Yeah,
have
okay.
here. A very
We made it to the
exciting,
end game,
very
chat.
cool
Holy
one,
fuck.
If I had to say and use a word I haven't used
For the
so
first
far.
time.
For the first time, a very cool section here. First up, we have Where Winds Meet, a game that obviously is already out.
I love it.
But we are getting a brand new boss coming to
Oh
the
my
Western
goodness.
version of the game in Dino Blade, coming from Team Spino. Incredible looking game. And we also have exclusive interview content with Crimson Desert.
Does the moon over the south still shine bright?
What was better, this or the Game Awards? The Game Awards by far. If the Game Awards had these games, match made in heaven. The pacing of this show killed it for me. But let me tell you, I liked what I saw here in terms of the presentation, the games. It's just the in-between yap was brutal. That's okay. Hopefully they get better on the next one. That's all that matters. They need to build this up. I'll say this. This, I think, could be secondary to, like, Jeff Keighley Summer Games Fest Game Awards, right? I liked what I saw here better than, like, the, you know, the PC gaming show and all the other, like, less thans, I guess you could say. I see this getting to that state, and I see it getting there very quickly too. What this game what this show needs is bigger, more like, hey, we have a world fucking exclusive that we're gonna show off. That's what they need. But they need to build themselves up to get there, right? And I think they will. Better than High Guard, yeah. Bro, I don't know what's going on with High Guard. High Guard's like, I think it's launching in 2 weeks, and they haven't said a fucking word since that reveal. This is an interesting art style. You gonna play High Guard? I am. Oh yeah, dude, you gotta play High Guard. Maybe they're embarrassed. Well, and that's one thing I was thinking about too. It's like, would you say anything if you literally announced your game and got fucking roasted everywhere you look? Bro, I don't even know if I was in their shoes, I don't even know what I would do. Because delaying the game is not gonna do anything. That game's built, right? At least give it yeah, you have to give it a chance. Yeah, 100%. Not checking out the new ABI map. I actually played it this morning. I'm gonna have a video out probably not tomorrow, and actually not Saturday. I might have something Sunday, we'll see. Unless I can get some really good gaming in like late tonight and maybe early tomorrow. But we'll see. Because I got plans tonight. And then podcast is dropping tomorrow. By the way, guys, you do not want to miss the podcast tomorrow. We got an exclusive interview with Joe Brammer and Brian McCran from Bolthead. They're working on War Dogs, which is a upcoming combined arms all-out warfare FPS. And Crash and I got an exclusive first look at the gameplay. And we interview them. We talk about the industry, game dev, how they went from where they were a decade ago to now. That podcast is fucking nuts. It's a great interview. That's coming out for everybody tomorrow. So I want to give that some breathing room. I won't have a video out tomorrow. And then Saturday, I'm dropping a video just exclusively on the gameplay. George, what up, bro? Yeah, listen, I'm gonna give Highguard a chance. It is what it is. I don't think the game's gonna be anything special. I actually think it's gonna be ass. But I'm happy to be proven wrong, and I'm happy to, you know, I mean, you guys know me if you're fans, right? If I play it and I'm like, damn, this actually is pretty fucking good, I'll say it. I'll give him credit. I'll make a video on that shit. George with the 9 months.
Appreciate you, baby.
Thank you, George. Good to see you, brother. Yeah. I'll hit you with a yeah for that one. How are you doing today? I'm really looking forward to the podcast. Listen, if you're a Patreon supporter, you can listen to the podcast right now. Little self-promo, self-plug. Patreon members get 48-hour early access. But yeah, no, the show's fucking awesome. Bro, this looks like that game that was on Mac back in the late 90s. What was that game called? Yeah, dinosaurs fighting with swords is crazy. It does not look good, I'm just gonna be honest. Yeah, this is Dino Souls. This is literally Dino Souls. Dino Blade, that's ridiculous. Okay, so yeah, I think this is the big one.
Based on a bunch of things that I've seen about this game, you can clearly slay dragons. Is that true?
There are dragons in the game.
I want to play this.
And you do fight them. We haven't revealed just yet whether or not you can actually slay them. But you can fight them, you can fly them.
Can you lay them?
I'm sorry to the Lua fans, but at this point we're not confirming whether or not there's dragon relations.
Could you speak a little bit to how big
what
this
the fuck
game
is wrong with
We've
people?
been seeing some news out there with some specific numbers floating around about how big the map is. I don't think numbers really do it justice because
it's still going, Rocket. Yeah. How's work going, brother?
What we can say is the world's at least twice as big as the open world and the playable area.
Yeah, I want to fuck
it's
that dragon.
Larger than the map of a Red Dead Redemption 2. Open world games are about doing things, having activities, having distractions. So we wanted to create a world that's not only passive, but is also incredibly interactive. Obviously, you and your community, Lua, care a lot about romance systems. This is not that type of game in terms of RPG elements and decision making. What it is, though, is
so Lua's a gamer that loves to romance in games, apparently. This is MMO? No, this is single player.
Systems in the game. And then through basically headcanon, you're having this very different experience than other players because of the scope and scale of the game. You'll be distracted by something, you'll go on this quest line, you'll have an experience that'll be radically different than someone else, even though they're playing the same game.
Fuzz, do you want to place that order? I'll go grab it.
Is around empowering the player and not forcing them into specific choices. There's a lot of time between.
Imagine
now
if you
and
could fuck the dragon though
in March for us to be able to elaborate on those systems, show people if they have, say, I have an hour to jump in and play this game after work. What is my experience going to look like? So we've done a little bit of showing when you're not in combat, how you're taking advantage and interacting in the world, harvesting resource, gathering them for a whole crafting system that we have in the game for equipment, as well as
You can build your house, apparently.
there is a house. The world is made to be interacted with, and that's also how you learn about the world. So by talking to NPCs, by picking up chickens, then you've learned and your codex will have been updated about the chicken.
What about things that go beyond like fighting? Is there
Like fucking.
puzzles? Is there like different types of quests?
That's a great question. One of the things that we showcased, we had a team over to Korea to do a deep dive kind of behind the scenes last September. They came out and we showed them a glimpse of a bunch of different systems. One of the systems that we showed them was in what we call the aerial abyss. It's those sky islands that you see there. That's a very important, pivotal part in the story and quest and mystery surrounding the world. In those sky islands, there are puzzles. They all have a different vibe, if you will, and then treasures and rewards for completing them.
When can people get the game? Where can they get it? What does that look like for you guys?
The game comes out on March 19th across basically every platform. It'll be available on consoles on PS5, as well as Xbox Series X and S, PC, as well as natively on Mac.
Natively on Mac is crazy. Cool.
First, let's start with Where Winds Me. Well, since the game came out, I have played basically every day that game since it came out. I really like it. I love how many we just did get new footage of a boss fight, but the game is goes way beyond this. You can play it single player. You can do everything by yourself. You can play with friends. You can have a
yeah,
build.
same devs. Yeah, Pearl Abyss. Yeah.
The game is mind blowing, especially because it's free. It's not pay to win. Everything in their story is cosmetic.
So Where Winds Me is such a crazy game because, for one, it's free.
Yeah.
Which is wild. It's monetized exclusively through cosmetics. Yep. So they've even said we will never monetize power within the game, which I think is the way it should be.
Yeah.
That's cool, yeah.
They also want to, it has kind of two sides to it, where it does have the single player adventure side, because you can play it by yourself. You can play co-op, going through the new boss fight together with your friends. And then there's also a side of it which is heavily inspired by classical MMOs, where a player does something bad, they get put in the back of a cart and everybody comes in and throws tomatoes at them.
I feel like it's a modern MMO that actually knows the audience. We love seeing those kind of things. And those are the kind of things that also appeal to, it doesn't matter Eastern or Western, but those are the kind of things that people are going to talk about.
I just big right to host the next game.
On how much depth it has.
There really is nothing like it.
I could never do what these guys are doing.
It's absolutely crazy. And every boss fight is different and visually pretty stunning, I would say.
Speaking of, we watched the boss fight, the Master's Message. It seems like it's based on, obviously, you're reading the Master's Message. You have to fight a different version of this ink boss. While we were watching it, you, Rob, specifically were like you haven't played this game, but you're watching it and you're thinking, wow, maybe I should play this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Why? What looks good about it?
It looks so satisfying. There's something about it, you know how it is when you're fighting a boss and it's the movement's almost fluid and you're almost in rhythm with the boss and their moveset. And that's what makes games like that are boss centric so satisfying to play. There's something about mastering a boss's moveset.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people like the combat in this game. All that stuff you said, very true. And very expansive. And then the flip side is the combat is also really good.
Yeah, it looks very good. I think that's what Luke was talking about. It's just the fact that it's free to play. Even myself, before it was released, I was so skeptical of it. It's there's no way that there's a catch. There's got to, because naturally with the nature of our industry, there's been so much free to play stuff that comes out and you're
free to play slot.
Not what I expected, but this seems to be a really, really quality game.
Then we also saw Dino Blade here, which an action game.
That's
why I'm here.
Some information.
Have you ever considered streaming to TikTok? It sounds absurd, but I know a couple streamers who pop the hell off over there. TikTok in Canada is weird.
It's about an hour-long demo.
I should try it though. Yeah.
Have some fun. We got to see a new dinosaur in that trailer that has never been seen before, and it's planned for release still in 2026, so sometime next year. No specific date right now. I'm kicking it to Rob first.
Dinosaurs with sword, it's a dinosaur.
Hi Shanky, I appreciate you being here with me, man. This is fucking brutal.
Just watching the trailer, I could feel my testosterone rising. My bench press max went up 20 pounds. Because I could.
The music and everything.
Dude, dude, the Linkin Park montages are gonna be great.
Dude, it's so weird.
It's ridiculous.
So
I love
give it to me. I want it.
Highly anticipated, I think, across the board, just because it's so fun. It's such a gamer game. Dinosaur with swords, you can't really beat that.
Yeah, I love it.
Then to end things off, we have Crimson Desert, a game
another crazy good
everyone familiar with. I would say it's been marketed for a very long time. People know it's coming. It's coming from Pearl Abyss. which is Black Desert as well.
The entire game is built on their proprietary engine, which it was fascinating to hear how they've broken it down, because like, you see Crimson Desert and so many things about it look too good to be true. They look crazy. They have hundreds of enemies on screen. They have all of this physics simulation. They have crazy stuff where like they have sky islands you can jump down from straight down.
I used to watch an art streamer who just went full TikTok after one stream because of how good it is for discovery. As a Canadian, I don't even think you can't make money
for example,
on TikTok.
if you have like a siege weapon,
and I don't think they have. I don't think the discovery or the discoverability up here is the same as if it's in the States.
And everything else
it's just a different algorithm. It's very weird. So I haven't really looked over the fence there.
Standard open worlds in Unreal Engine
because
5 or something.
well,
Not
and
that that's a
also
bad
well,
engine or
they
anything,
ban you
but,
for
like,
fucking everything.
We see that and we assume, okay, it's going to run
So I
terribly.
didn't even
Okay,
bother,
it's gonna
to be
have frame
honest.
drops or it's going to stutter. Okay, this or that. But this is an engine that they have built from the ground
Canada is
up
weird.
with
Yep.
this game basically in mind, and it's just absolutely crazy because we've had the chance to play it. And that just is what the game is. It's ridiculous and crazy. And what's even crazier is that Will even shared with us some very special information that we are breaking here for the first time.
The size of the game is 2
times
Skyrim.
We didn't even rehearse that.
That just happened.
It's
4 to 30
twice the
minutes
size
back.
of Skyrim. It's actually bigger than the entire map of Red Dead
I'd switch you
Redemption
places
2.
in a heartbeat. America is lost.
Which I love that Will follows up by saying size doesn't matter, but in our game,
Brother.
it kind of does.
But like, we're bigger. It's crazy.
Well, I saw from the first gameplay clip that you could ride.
Oh, there's so
a
much I could
dragon
say.
And a bear. Like, quite honestly, I don't know
There's
how my
so
body's
much I
gonna
could say.
keep up with this level of testosterone.
The grass is
Between
not
that-
greener here. I'll tell you that right now.
Dinosaur to
We're
ride
gonna
would
see
be
you
in trouble.
next year for the next show, and you're just gonna be walking around.
Put on
Guys,
40
it's not
pounds
the
of
first game
lean
that you can
mass.
ride a bear.
Huh?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Not the first game you can ride a bear. It might be true, but
different kind of ride.
Baldur's Gate 3 ride.
But also, when you drop a line like that, you mentioned confidence. Like, you don't drop a line like that without knowing that you are confident in your game.
Yeah, they still need a complete overhaul next year. Oh yeah,
Skyrim
100%.
and Red Dead 2, and I think that tells you all you need to know about their confidence level of where they're at.
coming March 19th.
Coming March 19th.
Let's go. Thank you, those of you who stayed with us from beginning to end. We really appreciate you. This has been a blast to work with on the background. Those guys have been amazing.
I think there's a thank you in a few different directions we would all probably feel. One, obviously for like myself, thank the team, production team as well. I think this is awesome. Very cool that you guys were all down to try to do this. It's like a new thing. Also thank you to the audience, right? Like whoever is watching this and trying to engage in something new, it does mean a lot to us and the developers.
Thank you so much to the devs for taking us
Yeah.
seriously and, you know, being excited to share with us what you have shared, to talk with us.
Our goal was to really try to lower the
This was
barrier
a 3.5
for a lot
hour
of
show.
developers to be able to showcase their games, even if they don't have a crazy marketing budget or they don't have some big publisher that can, you know, brute force it. And I mean, the crazy amounts of talent that we saw put on display today is wild. And I think we're all very humbled that we had the chance to check it out and share it with you.
Thank you for having us.
It's also something that we can look forward to a little bit. Where
Yeah,
we
go
did
open
this in a
that
pretty
fake
small
door.
time frame, I would say.
Yeah, you guys have no idea.
Yeah, we started talking like 3 or 4 months ago.
And a lot of people that we spoke to,
I'm
publishers
screen
and
capping
devs,
that
again,
door.
Thank you again, because they worked very hard to get this stuff to us and out and participate in it. And a lot of people we talked to that didn't participate because they had other plans. It's like, well, we didn't know about this. But hopefully for the next one, we can plan more in advance and people can be a part of it and like, hey, let's go travel to people, right? And do interviews in person. Let's go.
Yeah, we want to grow on this. We want to do it better, but we got to get the first one out there. I can't even stress the amount of times we brought up a game. I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that game existed until you explained it to me, and now I'm interested in that game and the team behind it. Like that's the beauty of this show. Like that was our ultimate goal. We want to expose you guys to games you either did or did not know about, and then it also give you guys a different show of like this is the team behind it and the personalities you can attach yourself to for the future of these games.
It was great putting faces to these developers as well because, you know, this industry, naturally, we're very critical of developers, but I think sometimes we forget that those are real people that pour their heart. That video
I
games are
agree
art.
with that.
They love it. They love their game.
what they're doing, and I think that's awesome.
Well, to all of you guys out there, this has been the first ever edition of New Game Plus. It has been an absolute honor for all of us to come together, and hopefully much more coming in the future. You know, we all love, at the very core, we love freaking video games, and we got to show you guys so much today, and hopefully more in the future. It's been an absolute pleasure, and here's to that future.
So much more coming.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I don't have any.
Cheers.
Nothing left after 3 hours.
Wait. No. Take it back.
Developers as well.
Agreed. Honor for all of us to come together, and hopefully much more coming in the future. You know, we all love, at the very core, we love freaking video games.
Yeah.
We got to show you guys so much
What's
today,
behind you?
and hopefully more in the future. It's been an absolute pleasure, and here's to that future.
So much more coming.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I don't have any.
Cheers.
It's real. Wait, is it real? I think it might be real. I think it might be, it's a real place. What the fuck is that door? It's a set? Is it? If it's a set, why would they have this over here? That's not real? You guys don't think it's real?
Nothing.
What is behind that door? It looks real and fake. Why would they have this if it's a set? That's never even in the shot. And then the stuff over here too. The back door isn't real? Well, title your sex tape. Nah, there's something going on back there. I think that's where they're hiding the children. Anyways, guys, I'm going to call it there. I appreciate you guys watching this bullshit with me. I can't say bullshit. I don't want to be mean about it. But holy fucking shit. I appreciate you guys coming through. I'm going to go get some food. And I got plans tonight. All right. Y'all have a good fucking rest of your day. Make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. And shout out to X as well. I don't know how to read your guys' chat if there is one, but y'all have a good one. Peace.